All right, welcome in, everyone. We should have filmed the last 6 minutes backstage. We started the show without you guys, but we'll make sure we rehash what we were talking about here over the next hour. Your go-to show for Major League Baseball free picks on the WagerTalk YouTube channel, and it's a Friday, 15 games, so no time to waste here. Brian Leonard backstage said we got to hit this game. I said let's hit it off the top, and of course we have to touch on it because the Miami Marlins ruined the parlay yesterday. TB's leg early in the day was a no doubter. Brian got the push in a 7-0 win with the Pirates. And for the second time this year, guys, we were sitting there ready to cash a parlay with the Marlins having a very large lead. If you remember the other time, it was when they were up 6-0 against the Padres and couldn't cover plus 1.5. But last night, a 6-2 lead, and they let that one slip away at the end. And what we were talking about backstage a little bit was, the Marlins are starting to play big games now. There are only 6.5 games out of the wild card, even with the loss yesterday. So at what point does that start to creep in? And, 2 months ago, they're just able to go out and do what they want to do. Now it's like there's a little bit of expectations here, and it's a young team. So, Brian Leonard, you wanted to look at Marlins Braves. What are you looking at in this matchup?
Yeah, the first thing I wanted to look at was because of what happened last night, the way they lost, I wanted to find a way to come back on Miami here. And they do have Edward Cabrera going, who has held the opposition to 2 runs or less in 9 of his last 10 starts. He's been terrific as of late. And as I'm sitting there waiting for the show to start, I'm seeing the line get hit. And I'm saying, and then I told you, I said, we're going to have to start off with this to make sure we get some piece of Miami here. So this is going to be my first part of the parlay. And I've never started a show off this way, but a lot of people look like they're thinking the same way I am on this one. So we want to make it to our advantage and getting the best line possible. I want the first half in this one. It was 1:30 when before the show started. Now it's 1:35. But there's a big pitching mismatch here for Miami. Miami overall is basically about a 120, 129 favorite here with Cabrera against Elder, a guy that we've had a lot of success fading all season long. The total in this one is 8. But I like the first half. I'm going to lay an extra nickel and get it up to 135 and play Miami here. I talked about Cabrera, what he's done lately. If you look at what he's done on the season, 3.24 ERA, 3.82 expected, 1.19 whip. And really, if you followed his career, he has had, this is now in his 5th season, he has had double-digit walk rates every year. In fact, his best walk rate was 11.2%. Now he's down to 8.2. He's getting some control, and that makes him so much better. And his four-seamer is he only throws it 13% of the time. So he's got the curve, the change, the sinker, and the slider. He's got solid 5 pitches here, and he throws them faster than everybody else. In fact, his change is at 93.9 as opposed to right-handed pitchers' average of 86.6. So he's got solid pitches all around, and he throws the ball faster. The only negative would be a hard hit rate of 23%, but the barrel rate's league average, whatever, at 49%. His walk rate finally below league average. I like Edward Cabrera, and I like this Miami team. And as we talked about, he's going up against Bryce Elder, who is not a guy I'm looking to back. Last year, he had a 6.52 ERA when 10 starts. This year, he's got a 6.03 ERA in 18 starts. His whip has been horrendous. Last year, 1.63. This year, 1.56. The only thing he's good at is his ground ball percentage in the 78th percentile. Everything else is in the blue. Expected batting average, 2nd percentile. Expected ERA, 5th. Hard hit rate, 13th. Extension, 18th. And we've got an Atlanta team, as I mentioned going into yesterday, that the only guys that were hitting well were the guys that really don't hit for power. All the power guys are slumping. Now, they did have some success. I believe they hit a couple home runs yesterday, so maybe they're coming out of the slump. But it's going to be tough to beat this Miami team. This is a team now that is being talked about. And I had lunch with a friend a couple of days ago, and he said, "What's with this Miami team?" And I said, "Hey, you need to watch the show, man. We've been on Miami all year long. We made a lot of money on Miami. I like this team. This was the game that I had circled, and unfortunately, I didn't give it out last night with the better number, but I'm going to use it here as my parlay. Miami first half -135.
Yeah, guys, go to our page at WagerTalk.com and see what we have offered. We usually put free plays out too, so just a 5-minute check, you can pick up some free plays from all three of us. I'm on a pretty good run right now. I'm number one in the last 3 days, 7 days, and in 2025. So I'm kind of feeling it right now. And I have a MLB play out today. I'm sure my brethren here will have something out as well today, because there's lots of juicy matchups today, including this one. My cap for this one is pretty much the same as yesterday. Miami has almost every advantage here, but they even have a bigger starting pitcher advantage today than they did yesterday, in my opinion. Bryce Elder has horrible numbers against these guys in his career. He's got in his career 391 batting average against and a 938 OPS. That's terrible. It's 200 points over my my Mendoza line for OPS. And let's see. Miami's got the better bullpen, in my opinion, even though they pretty much choked it away yesterday. Cabrera's got a couple red flags as far as I'm concerned, but his red flags are not nearly as big as Elder's red flags. And Miami's hitting the ball better in current form. So I don't think there's any other way you could go but Miami today. I'm actually happy they lost yesterday, because it's you'll probably get even a better number and they'll have a little more motivation to win the game today. So yeah, I agree with Brian. That would be the way to go.
A couple weeks ago, about a month ago, when we were talking about the All-Star game and the flawed process of selecting All-Stars, the other thing that's a flaw with that is the fact that it's essentially only based on the first half of the season, right? Like, how, you know what I mean? We pick an All-Star team and we call a guy an All-Star, but it's only based on the first half of the season. And I just, every time he comes up, I ask myself, like, how much mileage is Bryce Elder going to get out of that 2023 All-Star selection? Because it was basically like the best couple months of his career. And I don't know that he would still like be in the mix at the big league level the way he is if it wasn't for that like couple month stretch, which somehow got him on an All-Star team. Because not only is he just not, and I'm sure he's a great guy. And I don't like to like talk negatively about, it's like in real life, he's probably a great guy. So I'm not like hating on him as a person, but like that, like, he's just not that good. Like, he's just that he is I feel like his ceiling is like AAA innings eater guy that's going to like, he's probably a pretty good pro guy you want to keep around in your organization, but not someone you should be running out at the big league level at the rate that the Braves have run him out the last couple of years. I mean, listen, every team gets in a pinch, you need to start. Yeah, he's probably a good guy to do that, but Brian references the StatCast page all the time. Baseball Savant, best website there is. Should always be looking at that. Literally the bottom percentile in a lot of categories. And that's like, it's not the end all be all, but it's usually pretty accurate. Like when guys are in the bottom 1% of like starting pitchers and it's like prominent throughout their page, not a very good starting pitcher. Like you can pretty much take that to the bank in a lot of cases. And I think you could do that with Elder. Tokyo Brandon talked about Elder's numbers against the Marlins. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Of course they have good numbers against him, because not only is he someone I think you'd be willing to play against, but the Marlins have probably seen him quite a bit now, because the Braves have been running him out there for years at this point. So even these young Marlins, some of which didn't get up to last year or earlier this year, have a little bit of a sample size against him. So that's a plus in the Marlins category as well. Finally, Cabrera's a guy, he's on the other end of the spectrum where he's had some struggles at times. It's typically command related, but when he puts it together, he's awesome. And if he could ever put it together consistently, we're talking about him like we've talked about like Sandy Alcantara for the Marlins the last few years. I'm not saying he's going to win a Cy Young, but that's probably where his upside is in that organization. So yeah, Marlins is on my short list today. Love that Brian put it in the parlay. The final thing I'll say about this Marlins team, though, is what we talked about a little bit off camera, where now they're going to start to play some big games. Now there's some expectations. And instead of getting like plus 110, you're suddenly getting -1. You're going to have to lay -115, maybe even -120 on a daily basis in spots like this. So something you have to consider. Mark Kinson says, those goddamn Marlins, I'm going right back to them today. Don't disagree with that. I think that's the play in this game. So good luck if you take the Marlins tonight. And hopefully, for our sake, Brian gets it done for the parlay, which is we need to win one of these. Jose, he said, yeah, you see why I said first five for the fish yesterday. Yeah, that ended up playing out correctly. And that would be the one thing I think Brian makes a smart read on going first five. Their bullpen is definitely tired. They've logged some innings the last few days, and it's notable. So take that into consideration. All right, moving on. Couple people want to talk about this game. Mark Martin, welcome in. I don't know if I've seen Mark comment before, so if you're new or if I've missed you, welcome in. Appreciate the comment. And as always, like and subscribe to the WagerTalk YouTube channel. But Mark says the Yankees hitters have a good history against Brown. Was about to play Brown's strikeouts until I saw that. So let's talk about these two teams. Astros, Yankees, Brian Leonard. This is suddenly a huge series for two teams that have kind of been on a little bit of a swoon coming into this weekend. It's at Yankee Stadium. I still really like Hunter Brown, though. How are you seeing this one? It's our guy, Cam Schlittler, Hunter Brown, Yankee Stadium tonight.
Say that 10 times fast.
Yeah, I'm not going to. I'll call him Cam. I do want to point out, we were talking about the All-Star game. David Fry for the Guardians made the All-Star team last year. 3 months of great baseball for him in his entire career, and it all happened in 1 year. Brown against Cam. This game, the opening line made a lot of sense if you take a look at the two starters overall. Houston was a 130 favorite. You can get the Yankees at 110. A lot of money's coming in on the Yankees, and I don't blame them. I thought there was some value on New York playing at home, and I'm not the guy that plays the Yankees very often because you just don't find betting value on them. But for that line to move to where the Yankees are now either a pick'em or a slight favorite in this game, I could see that. Total on that is 7.5. So they expect a low-scoring game here. Hunter Brown's stats, he's been terrific. We love him. He 2.47 ERA, 3.01 expected, 0.98 WHIP. Normally, when you find an ace, and I noticed this years ago, when you find an ace and money comes in early against him, that is a good bet on going against that pitcher. And so that has me interested in the Yankees here. Brown, we've talked about him many times, just an excellent pitcher. A lot of success all season long. His last two starts have been much better. He played the Red Sox, gave up 1 run in 7. Played the A's, gave up 1 run in 5. But before that, he struggled a little bit, giving up 3, 4, and 6 his prior 3 starts. But he seems to be back on track here. But I think there's value here on the Yankees. Cam comes in with a 4.58 ERA, 5.01 expected, 1.68 WHIP, which is really worrisome. Fastball velocity in the 94th percentile. That those numbers come around. It doesn't take as many pitches to get solid numbers on that, along with the extension. He's only, keep in mind, he's only pitched 19.2 innings, so a lot of his numbers are still not enough opportunities, not enough pitches thrown, not enough batters faced to get actual usage numbers out of them. So we don't have a lot of that going, but he's a guy who does have 5 pitches. He only throws a sinker and a sweeper less than 10% of the time. He's a major 4-seam guy. 57% of the time he throws the 4-seamer, which I normally don't like, but he throws it at 97.8 miles an hour, which is about 3 miles an hour more than a normal righty. He can get away with that. So they're going against this Houston team right now that is fighting it out with the Yankees, and Houston's trying to hold off the opposition. The Yankees trying to get back in the wild card race. They are barely holding on right now, fighting it out with Texas, Seattle. So this is going to be a nice wild card run through the rest of the season. But I like the situation of going against the A's. The money's come in on that, and this is all early money. A lot of these guys are betting it as early as they possibly can and to get a piece of it. And I agree with that. I like the Yankees here. And I would say if you do like them and continues to get hit, if you do like the Yankees, get them now as opposed to later.
I'm not sure I can agree because, man, I think Brown is a pretty good pitcher, and I think Schlittler is a pretty bad pitcher. But actually, looking a little closer, Schlittler in his last few starts, he's basically giving up 2 runs, 3 runs, 2 runs. It's not that bad actually, but his whip is really high, which tells me that I think he's been getting a little bit lucky. I have the Astros hitting just a little bit better, not a lot, just a little. But I have the Yankees with a bullpen advantage, so it's kind of deadlocked for me here in this matchup, except for starting pitching. I got Hunter Brown ranked in the top 20 of all starting pitchers. And the Yankees just seem really dead. Something's wrong with them. I don't know if they're feeling the pressure. I think it's pretty hard to play in New York, perhaps. I think they're feeling some pressure here. They dropped to 3rd place in the ranking. They're behind Boston and Toronto now. So, yeah, they do have a slight bullpen advantage as far as recent form, despite their moronic manager trotting Williams out there to close games despite his 6+ ERA. So we'll see how it goes. But, man, I think it would be hard to trust the Yankees, but I'm not going to play this game.
Yeah, I'm not going to make this any easier because I kind of agree with both of you. Like, I think you both make really good points for this game. So, Tokyo Brandon, you pointed out the Yankees having a bullpen advantage. Like, I actually, even though the numbers might not suggest it recently, like, I very much agree with that because I think when you look at this collection of relievers, you have to look and say, like, all of these guys, when they're on their game, can be very, very good. Right? Like, and we poke fun at Devin Williams' struggles and stuff. And yeah, like he's having a bad season, but like Bednar, Williams, even Jake Bird, who's went back to the minors for a minute. And then of course the relievers they have there, like if they're all like, there's going to be a point in time where they sort of like are all pitching well at the same time. And then all of a sudden that Yankee bullpen's going to be very tough to score on late. So I don't really know if I want to bet against the Yankees right now. I feel like your opportunity to bet against the Yankees was like the past week or so. This is going to feel like a playoff game in the Bronx tonight. It really will. Like this will have a playoff game vibe to it. Friday night, Yankee Stadium. Two very solid pitchers, 2 teams in the mix. I thought I was going to want to play Hunter Brown here because I am a big Hunter Brown guy. Really am high. I've been higher on him relative to the market since the very beginning of the season. But like, Schlittler is not a bad. I mean, he's throwing 98 and the league hasn't seen much of him yet. So even though he's given up a couple of runs per start, like he certainly has the stuff and the upside to go on a run where he's throwing 6-7 scoreless innings. So I'm not sure I want to bet against him. I don't really want to bet against Brown. And my gut tells me we're done with the Yankees choking games away for a minute, especially on their home field in the Bronx. I feel like if anything, they're going to steal one that they're, this weekend you watch, the Yankees will steal a game that they're trailing late. They'll feed off that Yankee Stadium magic and they'll walk a game off that they're trailing late. I love Hunter Brown. I wish I had more to offer here. I just think this is a tough one. It's going to be a great watch. This is like going to be playoff vibes here, but I don't know how you really go on. I don't really know how you really play either side here. So tough one for me. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I will say, other than the former Pirate that had to throw 42 pitches the other day, 2 days ago for the Yankees, everybody else looks like they're going to be available for both teams. The park factors that I look for has this the least, like normally Yankee Stadium's a really good hitter's park, but based on everything going on, the starters, along with the wind directions and everything, they've got the runs expected to be minus 11% over normal for Yankee Stadium. And that is the best pitching environment on today's card. So maybe if you can't play, you bring yourself to play Houston. There's 7.5 out there. Maybe we play the under because both bullpens are very good. I like both bullpens. They might not be pitching great right now, but the talent level is there. And I think both these starters can get the job done. So either play team totals under or play the game under. But it should be a good low-scoring game here between Houston and the Yankees. And as you mentioned, it's very important for both these teams to get on a nice winning streak.
Yeah, and also Markin's in the chat. Listen to him. Smash that like button. Doesn't cost anything. All we ask, likes and subscribes on the WagerTalk YouTube channel, and maybe a comment if you feel like doing so, because we very much appreciate it. All right, moving on. I wanted to Jack Frost here in the chat says Orioles A's over 9.5. Kind of the other thing we were talking about backstage before the show. I feel like the panel is going to agree with you, and I've got an opinion on the side here. So kick us off, Brian Leonard. He wants to know over in this game. Are you seeing runs at Camden Yards tonight?
Yeah, that's the first thing I looked at. I thought it would be a higher scoring game. We're looking again in Sagano. Sagano's basically about a 110 favorite. Total of 9.5 to the over, maybe 120, upwards of 120. But you could probably, like right now, Pinnacle is 112. So shop around on that. But yeah, I agree. Again, against Sagano, I do like the over here. And let's take a look at these two pitchers. Ginn, I think, has a nice future. He hasn't put it all together yet. He's got a 4.28 ERA, 3.56 expected. So he's due for some little bit better luck. 1.26 WHIP. The team is off of a shutout yesterday, and that definitely helps. They had a great start, and that helps the bullpen in here. So that's the one concern is the bullpen is healthy, but the A's bullpen is not very good. The Orioles bullpen is not very good. So you're getting healthy guys that aren't very good. Take a look at, again, his ground ball rate, 88th percentile, which is very good, especially in this ballpark since they moved the fences in about 13 feet. His extension, 73rd percentile, but his hard hit rate, 4th percentile, chase rate 22nd, barrel rate 27th. He can be hit. So he may not give up the home runs with that ground ball rate, but he can be hit hard, and we'll see it coming. He is basically a strict sinker slider guy. 84% of his pitches are those two. And when you take a look at his miles an hour on both the sinker and the slider, they're basically league average. So he's not going to blow you away. I like him in the long run. I think he's turning himself into a better pitcher, but I don't want any part of him today. Sagano's been up and down, 4.42 ERA, 5.85 expected. He has had the luck that has not been had by his opposing pitcher, 1.32 WHIP. Brandon talked about him earlier this season. It's obviously his rookie season in Major League Baseball. And he got off to a pretty nice start. People didn't know him. Now they're finding out about him, and he's showing that he's a fringe Major League pitcher. Walk rate is very good, 85th percentile. He only walks 5.9%, but he only strikes out 15.5, so you're getting less than 10% strikeout minus walk. But here's some really bad numbers from him. Expected ERA, 4th percentile. Expected batting average, 2nd. Whiff rate, 7th. Strikeout rate, 7th. Barrel rate, 6th. Yes, he doesn't walk a lot of batters, but he does give up a lot of hits. He has 6 pitches he throws, at least 11%, which you got to like. He's a crafty veteran. He's 35 years old. And having a lot of pitches is good, but when you take a look at him, every pitch he throws, other than his sweeper really, and in his split, are below league average. So he's not going to beat you with velocity. I think even with the young A's, I think they'll be able to get to him here. If you take a look at how these teams played in the last 14 days offensively, the Athletics have a 145 WRC plus, which is right behind Toronto, who just came back from Colorado and crushed them. But Baltimore is 5th at 124. It's tied with Philadelphia. So we got two teams hitting very well, and we got two pitchers, at least at this point, I want to fade. The line, yes, it is. 9.5. There's actually a 10 under out there right now, and I think we're going to see more 10s pop up. So if you do like this over, grab it now and make sure that that number 10 is a winner instead of a push.
So at WagerTalk, not only do we do this live show, but many of the baseball cappers put up individual game video free picks. And if you subscribe to WagerTalk, you can get notified when people put those out. So subscribe to our channel and also leave a comment on the replay of this video and show WagerTalk that you support what we're doing here. It means a lot to us. You might not realize it, but zero money and very little effort can help us out a lot. So on to this game. To me, Ginn is kind of an X factor here because he's only got 20 innings on the road and 20 innings at home. He's actually pitching better on the road right now, but the sample size is so small. I don't know if I can believe it. So I'm going to leave him out of the cap here. But the A's are hitting like crazy, man. They got a lot of young guys, a lot of young guns in that lineup, and they can smash. Sugano, not enough sample size to really judge him against these batters, but he on the overall, he ranks 21 out of 30 on a curve of 30 of all starting pitchers. Not very good. He's in the bottom 1/3 of pitchers, and the Orioles bullpen is below average. They've been below average almost the whole season. So what do you do when you have the number 4 run producing lineup in great current form against a bottom 1/3 pitcher and a below average bullpen? Probably do what I did yesterday and bet the A's team total over here. That would be the only way I would go here. I don't know enough about Ginn to know if he's going to get smashed by the Orioles. The Orioles bats are a little bit cold right now in current form. So, yeah, if you're going to take an over in this, I would take the A's. I would even take them on the money line. But again, the starting pitcher is a little bit of an X factor for me. So I'd go A's team total over here.
Yeah, I can't, there's going to probably be runs in this game. Both teams, so I was pulling up season-long WRC plus against right-handed pitchers, and I'll frequent this page probably a couple times a week, maybe almost daily I'm checking this, but at least a few times a week. And all season, the A's and the Orioles have essentially been in the top 10 of the entire league in WRC plus versus right-handed pitching. And then if you want to take it a step further, the Orioles collectively as a team hit far better at home. So this should set up for this is a decent setup for the Orioles to score some runs because Ginn is a right-handed pitcher and they're at their home ballpark where they've hit far better than they have on the road this season. And that makes complete sense because Camden Yards is one of those parks where, like, for the most part, hitters, like just hitters in the league that aren't on the Orioles, will tend to mention that park as a very favorable hitters park. Great backdrop. It's like the green wall back there. They always talk about Coors Field, obviously, Chase Field, but Camden Yards comes up as a place that players tend to like to hit. So that doesn't surprise me at all. So you have the dream setup for the Orioles because you have at home right-handed pitching. Now, the A's have this is a great setup for them as well because they've absolutely smashed right-handed pitching this year. The A's they come into play today with a 106 WRC plus against right-handed pitching. The only teams better than that: Cubs, Diamondbacks, Blue Jays, Dodgers, Yankees, Mets, Mariners, Phillies. It's pretty good company right there. And then the A's are in that group with a 106 WRC plus. So that's solid. And Sugano's a guy that I've really thought we were going to see more regression out of so far than we have. So I wanted to make a case here for the A's, but I'm a little concerned about Ginn. So maybe the over is the way to go. And the over didn't get there in yesterday's game because the A's shut down a Nationals team that's just not a very good team at this point. I don't know if I could see the A's winning in a shutout again. So chances are if Tokyo Brandon's team total gets there with the A's, this one's probably gotten over the full game total as well. So that's how I'll lean in this one. Full game over A's Orioles. Okay. All right. Steve Duke says, I like how Bybee I thought he wanted to talk about Tanner Bybee, and he probably does. And it spell checks as Bible. That's what he's saying. And Deep Fry Ty also put Bible in, but we know he means Tanner Bybee. We know he means Brian Leonard's Cleveland Guardians, who made me eat my words this week. Thankfully, I didn't eat any money because I didn't bet any game of their series. But how about the Guardians going into Citi Field and smacking around the Mets? Brian Leonard, are the Guardians in this thing now? And how are you seeing this weekend playing out? Also, how do you see the matchup tonight?
I have lost more money on my hometown Cleveland Guardians in the last month than I have lost on any other team. In that Mets series, I kept betting Cleveland scoring under. They're playing in a great pitcher's park against the best pitchers that they have faced since the All-Star break. And I lost every single one of them. If you remember back when they played Houston, I got my ass kicked there. So I will give you the numbers. I'm not going to give you my opinion because obviously right now I'm completely lost on the way this Cleveland team is playing. Bybee's going against Savali. Bybee's about a 138, 140 favorite. Totals 8 to the under, or 8.5 to the under, or 8 even money. Bybee's been so up and down, and the problem you have with Cleveland pitchers overall is I don't like the job that the manager's doing. He did a really nice job last year. He's keeping his starters in too long. He's done it with a couple of these young guys earlier in the week. When he had the 6 or the 5-0 lead in the game, I had the other day that I had Cleveland under. I understand why he kept one of the young guys in, but the guy gave up like 3 runs the next inning. When you got a 5-6 run lead, you're going to let the guy pitch a little longer, but he keeps letting these starters go through the third time through the order, and it works. It's been working out for Williams. Williams is playing great right now, but Bybee gets to that third trip through the order and he's getting hit. So if you do like Bybee, I see people out there that use like 3 innings. Some places let you play the first 3 innings. I've never played it. That would be a way that I would go if I wanted to play Cleveland. But they are playing Savali, and he's played with Cleveland. Cleveland knows what he's got. So I think they should be able to have some success against him. And the White Sox really aren't hitting well right now. We talked about this the last few days, where the White Sox seem to be in one of those little slumps, and they've been great since the All-Star break, but they're struggling a little bit now. But I just can't trust this Cleveland team. I just don't think they're that good. We'll see. I will not be involved in this game.
Yeah, in the chat, there's a grammar debate here. I don't disagree. Somebody says that's a double negative. It is not a double negative. Disagree is not a negative. Although the sentiment is negative, grammatically speaking, it is not a negative word. So I don't disagree is grammatically correct. I'm a language major. So I know these things. But anyways, let's get on to baseball. Man, the first thing I did was compare how these pitchers do against the other batters. And Savale, I've never been a huge fan of his, but man, he dominates these Cleveland batters. He dominates them. How bad? 138 average against and a 422 OPS against. That's domination. Tanner Bybee has a 294 average against and a 793 OPS against the White Sox. So how do we make money on this information? Taking a look at, I have the White Sox hitting number 12 in current form out of 30 teams, and I got Cleveland hitting 15. So slight advantage to the White Sox. Cleveland's bullpen has a big advantage here. So how would I approach this? Well, I think the White Sox first 5 innings would be the best way to go here because Cleveland has a bit of a bullpen advantage. Although the White Sox bullpen is not terrible. I got them ranked 12 in current form out of 30 teams. So maybe the full game for White Sox, but either way, find some way to play Savali today because I don't think he's going to give up a lot of runs. So whether you play his earned runs under or you play the Cleveland team total under, one of those I think will get through today because he's been really good against these batters.
I just wanted to ask you, how far along is that Savali? Because he pitched for Cleveland for a pretty good amount of time. Were those before he pitched for Cleveland or
it's his
after?
whole career, entire career.
Well, so you can't break it down to what he has done in the last 2-3 years. Okay,
I cannot.
All right.
Yeah, but he's got 58 at bats against. So whether those were this year, last year, or the year before, I have not separated that.
So Tokyo Brandon, I agree with your grammar thing. and I don't disagree, is perfectly acceptable grammar. I was
Yes, it
once
is.
upon a time an English major at Siena College. And it's basically a way to just like toe the line a little bit. You're like, yeah, I see what the point you're making, but whereas I agree is like I'm strongly, it's just a much stronger way to say it. So perfectly fine. And that's kind of, I agree with your language assessment. I don't disagree with you liking the White Sox, but I guess like we manifested that sweep a little bit for the Mariners. I feel like we talked about it earlier this week, and I kept looking for the spot to play the White Sox in that series, and I can't. And I've been the biggest White Sox supporter all year on this show. White Sox 1.5, White Sox 1.5, always looking for spots to play it, and I can't help but think that this could be the run where the White Sox lose 6, 7, 8 games in a row. Like, I don't know. It's just like these young teams. We've seen it happen to the A's. We're seeing it with the Nationals. The White Sox came out of the break so hot, playing such good ball. And hey, they battled yesterday. They got to extra innings. They fall short. Now they got to come from Seattle to Cleveland. That's never easy to do. And Seattle to Chicago, Seattle to back home. It's never easy to do. And, it's just like one of those things where I feel like I'm going to need to see them win. Now, the market likes this because when I jotted this down pre-show, I had White Sox plus 1.5 was like -110, -115. This is all the way up to -140. Is that what Odds Logic has, Brian Leonard? Let's plug Odds Logic real quick. Great. I feel like that's the best odds software for your money out there. Some of them are very expensive. Odds Logic is fantastic for the price point, and it's something that we're going to continue to plug on this show. What are we seeing White Sox plus 1.5 at now?
Yeah, actually, Johnny, I talked about it yesterday. They made some updates, so it's even better than it was before. They're basically a 140 favorite in that range.
Yep.
The 8.5. Yes.
So like that's the thing. Plus 1.5, and it's like so that I'm completely out on that because there's no way I'm going to pay $1.40 for that. On the flip side, I'm with Brian. Like thankfully I've stayed out of a lot of these Guardians games because if I've been involved, I'd be burning money left and right because they are a team I very much want to bet against. I don't think that this team is going to hang around in the playoff mix. It's hard to fathom what they just did at Citi Field. But again, I just don't know that this is the spot to play against Cleveland. Savali's not really the guy I want to back in this rotation either, even though he's had a little bit of a resurgence since coming over from Milwaukee. So, Roke Energy says White Sox are live. I can't say they're not, but I want to see, I need to see him win a game because my gut tells me that if they don't win one, this could end up being a 7 or 8 game losing streak. And I don't want to be on them while they're doing that. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that Cleveland was probably back in Chicago before Chicago was. They had the extra inning game coming from Seattle, whereas Cleveland had the day off. So they had to use, the White Sox had to use a lot of their pretty good relievers yesterday. That is a concern when you're playing that. I'm completely lost on this game. I've lost all my faith in picking a Cleveland game right now until I can get it back together. I take my analysis with a grain of salt.
Brian, while you have Odds Logic up, do me a favor. What is the total in that A's-Orioles game right now?
You can still get over 9.5 at -125 or over 10 at like -110. So,
all right, for the parlay, I'm going to go over 9.5 -125 for the parlay. If you cannot get that at your book, over 10 is fine. But we'll do -9.5. Almost anyone that's betting on legals should be able to parlay a 9.5 there somehow. So that's what we're going to call it. I'm going to add my parlay leg now. I did see it start to move a little bit. I just thought all of our breakdowns made so much sense. And I need to switch it up. I can't have like the Marlins choking leads away and stuff. So I'm going with a total today. A's, Orioles over 9.5 will be my leg of the parlay. And then TB will lock one in over the next 20 minutes. We still have 20 minutes to get some games in, and we'll figure out what his leg is as well. Yeah, Mark Kinson's like, Adam, fix the focus on your camera. It is. Let me see here. I'm going to try the white paper trick. Hold on. Let's see if this works. Are we back? Did it work? So apparently, if you hold a white piece of paper over the lens, it's supposed to refocus it. If I refresh, it's going to mess everything up. So I'd rather talk about baseball blurry for the next 20 minutes than cost us 2 minutes of valuable time fixing my camera. All right, Wolf. I've seen this one thrown back and forth. He says that the Diamondbacks can't be the Rockies. I'm not backing them ever again. That is a strong statement right there, especially today, Brian Leonard, because this doesn't look like the worst spot in the world for the Rockies, in my opinion. They kind of feel like a live dog, and maybe at that plus 1.5, you could consider them. Rockies, since the All-Star break, have had more energy. They've played better ball. Now, you're going to have to throw that Jays series out. But let's be honest, the Blue Jays are a big-time contender, one of the best teams in the league. The Diamondbacks are not that right now. Do you see the Rockies having a chance tonight?
Well, first of all, I disagree with the thought process. When a team is so ugly you don't want to play them, is usually the best time to play them.
Right.
Because nobody else wants to bet them, and they're betting the other side, and you're getting more value for the buck. That said, Arizona struggled, and they've got Zach Gallen on the mound, and there's no way, as much as I hate the road Rockies, the Rocky Road situation here for Colorado, I am not laying 235 to up to 250 on the Arizona Diamondbacks for Zach Gallen. It could end up being what we kind of talked about with Pittsburgh yesterday, laying the high number with the Pirates, and maybe they come out and throw a shutout. But I didn't trust the Pirates bat yesterday. They scored 7 runs. So I ended up pushing it, but I don't want any part of Gallen the way he's pitching right now. About a 240 favorite, and a total of 9 is here. The 9 is actually something I have a slight interest in. Austin Gomber on the mound. He comes in with a 6.18 ERA, 5.21 expected, 1.60 WHIP. He does some things pretty well. His walk rate doesn't walk a lot of batters, 5.5%, which is in the 90th percentile. This is the second year in a row he's been at 5.5%, but he only strikes out this year 13.4%. So you've got a 7.8 strikeout minus walk ratio. That's not good. You go over his StatCast page. In the 10th percentile or less, expected ERA, fastball velocity, chase rate, whiff percentage, strikeout percentage, barrel rate. Now, granted, he does pitch half of his games in Colorado, so you have to take that into account. But he's just not been a good pitcher, and he probably would not make the starting rotation on any other major league staff. Zach Gallen, 5.48 ERA, 4.91 expected, 1.36 WHIP. Normally, you see a lot of red on his Savant page. None. He's got 0 red. Everything is either league average or worse. His exit velocity, 9th percentile, barrel rate 14th, hard hit 14th, expected ERA 17th. I know he did have a couple of decent starts, but he a while back he started the month of July, 7 innings, 1 earned run against the Giants, a team that has not hit well for a month. Then he played the Padres, 6 shutout innings. But then he got bombed 3 straight starts against the Angels, these Diamondbacks, and the Pirates, 3 teams that have not been hitting very well. And then last time out, he went 6 innings, give up 2 runs to a good hitting and high athletics team. Is he back? No, I don't believe so. So I think both teams will have some offensive success here. I like the over in this one.
Guys, go check out our pages. I have an MLB play up right now and a free play loaded, and I'm sure my colleagues here will also today, if they haven't already, take the 5 minutes to go check our pages out and leave a comment on the replay of this. It means a lot to us, and it shows WagerTalk you like and support our show, and it doesn't cost you anything. So regarding this game, the first thing that jumps out to me is both of these pitchers absolutely get mauled by the other team's batters. How bad? Gallen has a 307 average against and a 1,000 OPS against. Granted, some of those numbers might be from Colorado's home field, but still, he struggles against these batters. There's no doubt about that. Austin Gomber is just a terrible pitcher, period. But against these Diamondbacks, he's even really terrible. He's got a 296 average against an 899 OPS. So taking a look at that, add to the fact that we have two of the worst bullpens in Major League Baseball here. I don't care who's in the lineup. I expect this to go over 9. And as a matter of fact, that's going to be my parlay piece, is going to be over 9 in this game. I think this goes over 9 easily. I mean, I don't like the fact that it's being played in Arizona because it generally is a pitcher's park. But these bullpens are so bad, and neither one of these pitchers really goes that deep in the game. I think we're going to get at least 8 innings of bullpens in this combined. So I think both lineups can score some runs. And surprisingly, Colorado in current form is ranked 8, but that's probably because they were playing in Colorado. So you got to take that into consideration. Nevertheless, I think a 5-4 game will get you a push, and a 6-5 game will get you a win. So I think that's what we're looking at here.
Brian, go ahead. Tell me Chase Field's not a pitcher's park. I know.
That kind of shook me. Actually, today Chase Field is plus 8% better than league average. This is a good hitter's park. I don't agree. Your stats may show something. Maybe you can prove me wrong, but it's always known as been a good hitter's park. Maybe it's just
even better then.
Maybe the Arizona pitchers is just so bad that makes it a good hitter's park this year.
They did. Well, no, I mean, they definitely watered it down. If you remember, they start doing something to the baseballs in Arizona too.
They do it everywhere now. They all have the
yeah. So but that's another one, Tokyo Brandon, that always comes up. If you listen to big league hitters, just like talk, like every once in a while, like what's your favorite ballpark to hit in is a question that it's like a common reporter question to just break the ice with a hitter. Really? Chase Field is always spoken about as like a hitter's dream because they have that huge wall in center field. It's green. There's nothing out there. It's like a perfect backdrop to hit against. So yeah, definitely
even professional cappers can learn something by watching this. So I'll stand corrected, and thank you for teaching me that, guys.
Yeah, we're all here to learn, man. We're all here to help each other.
Part of being a capper is not having things fixed in your head and being flexible and being able to adjust along. So I'll adjust that train of thought that I had. But for some reason in my head, I've always thought of Arizona as a pitcher's park. So I don't know why. Honestly, when you just asked me right now and challenged me, I'm like, you know what? I don't know why. I just have that impression. So good to hear.
Well, I don't think you're wrong to like the over. Certainly, think that there could be runs here. I'm going to stick up for our guy Austin Gomber for a minute though, because this is a guy, he shouldn't be in Colorado. He just doesn't get any ground balls. He's a fly ball pitcher, and he pitches at Coors Field, which is, as we know, very difficult on fly ball pitchers. Gomber on the road, ERA's 4.991. The batting average against is almost 100 points lower. I actually think there's some stuff to like about him. He throws a lot of strikes. He's able to generate some soft contact. Now, is he like, someone I'm putting in my starting 5 on most other teams? Probably not. But there's far worse getting run out in the big leagues right now. And one of those guys might actually be Zach Gallen at current time. Zach Gallen in 2025. Now, Zach Gallen, we know over the course of his career, has had some very, very good years. But Zach Gallen right now, not very good. And again, so I think Gomber gets a little bit of a bad rap because he has bad numbers. But a lot of those are Coors Field generated because he's trying to get he's at his best getting fly balls. And as we know, the ball flies out of that yard. So I really do like the Rockies here. I don't think these two teams as they stand right now with the rosters they have right now, I don't think these two teams are that different. Obviously, there's some better individuals on the Diamondbacks, but when you take off Naylor, Suarez, the pieces that they sort of got rid of, and you look at the teams on the field, this matchup's a lot more even than I think the books are suggesting with this number. So
Mhm.
Rockies plus 1.5 with getting the road team, even money plus 1.5 makes a lot of sense. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I just want to point out with Colorado, yes, the ball flies there. It's the altitude. But the reason why there's so many runs are scored in Colorado is because it's a massive outfield. And so there's a lot more singles, a lot more doubles, and a lot more triples there. Now they do give up the home runs, no doubt about it. But if you're playing in Colorado, you're going to increase your batting average. There's usually a lot of walks because people they're not able to throw the breaking pitches because of that. So there's a lot more people on base, and that's why there's so many runs scored in Colorado.
Let me make a point. One thing I liked about this game that I forgot to mention is Marte is 10 for 26 against Gomber. And who else we got? Corbin Carroll, 6 of 13. So they both have OPSs over 1,200. So maybe one of those guys to get a hit run RBI over 1.5 might be a good play as well.
Certainly.
Only good hitters on the Diamondbacks anymore since they lost Naylor and Suarez.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. There definitely could be some fireworks in this game. I think these guys played like a 14-11 game earlier this year. Like there's if you look back at past D-backs Rockies matchups this season, I bet a lot of them got to 9, and if not more than that. Like it should be a high scoring game when you look at the two teams, two pitchers, and what's probably coming out of the bullpen for both teams. So I like that, TB. Okay, Colin Gregory. You're probably right about this. And, we didn't lead off the show with it because we wanted to get that Marlins game out. And this would have been my sort of feature game. So let's make sure we touch it in the final 9 minutes of the show. Blue Jays, Dodgers, game between old vets, game of the day, World Series preview. It's definitely possible because a lot of people, the Dodgers arguably should be there. And a lot of people, including myself, think the Blue Jays are arguably the best team in the American League, if not the best. So, Brian Leonard, is this a World Series preview? We got two big-name veterans that actually haven't faced off, I think, since very, very early in their career, which is interesting here, Scherzer, Kershaw. So how are you seeing the game of the day, Blue Jays, Dodgers?
Yeah, I looked at the same thing, and we're looking at Scherzer against Kershaw, obviously lefty. We're looking at Kershaw about a 140 favorite, 9 to the under. Toronto's, you got to think Toronto's live here. They're hitting really well. Scherzer has got a lot of red on his StatCast page, 4.39 ERA, 3.66 expected. So he's been a little bit unlucky, 1.05 whip. I will say his ground ball rate is in the first percentile. And unlike Colorado, it's a lot of people think it doesn't have a lot of home runs. This stadium is a good home run park. So he may give up some long balls to this Dodgers team that has a lot of power, and now they got their third baseman back. And with glasses, he's a much better hitter, as we've spoken about in the past. But Scherzer's barrel rate in the 12th percentile, and I talked about the ground ball rate, but his average exit velocity, 89th percentile, walk rate, 94th, hard hit rate, 86. So he only walks 4.9% of the batters faced. That is good. And his strikeout rate, 27.0, which gives him a 22.1 strikeout minus walk ratio. Awesome. How many times do you catch a team hitting like Toronto is and a starting pitcher that's got a 22.1 strikeout minus walk ratio, and you get him as an underdog? I think Toronto has a lot of value here. Kershaw, 3.29 ERA, 3.96 expected, 1.25 whip. Barrel rate, 92nd percentile, walk rate, 75th, ground ball rate, 79th. But his fastball velocity is in the 2nd percentile. His four seam, he throws 89 miles an hour. That's 4 miles an hour worse than a normal lefty. If you take a look at his curve, 72.3, 7 miles worse than a normal lefty. And the reason why I mentioned the curveball is when you're that far off, normally we're looking at about a 14% difference between a four-seamer, 14 mile per hour difference, and a curve. His is 17% differential, and they know the curve. He throws the curve 18% of the time. That's what he's known for. He's going to make the Hall of Fame based on his curve. He's gone to more of a slider this year, which is very good. But when you have that much of a differential, you can easily tell when the curveball is coming, and so you can make that adjustment. And I think that's something we need to worry about because, like I said, his fastball velocity, second percentile, chase rate 18th, strikeout percent 5, fifth, hard hit 17th. He's really surpassed anything that I thought he was going to do this year. Hats off to him. I've loved the guy, and especially because he has somehow struggled in the playoffs. A lot of people call him a choker. Playoffs are small sample sizes. The guy's one of the best pitchers of the generation. First ballot Hall of Famer. I love the guy. Not the same pitcher as he was before. I like the underdog here. I think Toronto has got a lot of value here, and you can get them. I'm seeing upwards of 130 in some places, but there's others that are down to 115. But I think Toronto is a nice underdog today.
So this matchup to me looks like two 1979 fiberglass Corvettes racing against each other. Two cars that used to be really shiny and pristine, but which one's going to break down first? Which one's going to vomit first? They're both really talented, like Brian said, and much respect for both of them, but neither one is what they used to be. I agree with him. Of all the matchups today, this one I have the closest matched, like the least points apart. But the one advantage that Toronto really has in this is the batting. I've got them ranked number 1 in all of Major League Baseball. Now, granted, they just scored 38 runs in 3 games against Colorado in the Rocky Mountains. So that's obviously skewing my numbers. But even before that Colorado series, they were ranked top 5 lineup. They were mashing the ball even before they went to Colorado. And the Dodgers bullpen is very shaky, very unreliable, but so is Toronto's. So, I mean, in current form, not all season, but I have both of them ranked 17 in bullpen. Man, Toronto, they're just mashing the ball. They look like an unstoppable juggernaut. I think they're going to crush Kershaw, but I don't really know what to expect from Scherzer either. So this one's a little bit of an X factor for me, but I certainly, if I had to bet this game, I'd bet Toronto.
Yeah, so I just pulled up WRC Plus against left-handed pitching. The Yankees lead the league in that. I wouldn't have maybe got that off the top of my head. You know who's tied for second? It's these two teams, the Blue Jays and the Dodgers. And only one is facing a lefty tonight, and that's the Blue Jays. And when I look at these two pitchers, I echo the sentiments that you guys have brought up. We don't need to rehash that. So I'm just going to go to the eye test. And when I watch these two throw, and you know, Kershaw's been really good, like better than I could have imagined. But when I watch these two guys pitch right now, I still think Scherzer's got the nastier stuff. Like his stuff is still just, I think it still is just nastier than what Kershaw's got at this point. And so if you've got a lineup in the Blue Jays that we've sung their praises left and right, great at bats 1 through 9. I mean, you go right down from, you're getting Vlad, you can throw like, whoever's at the top of the order, where it's Luke's, Bichette, and then you can have Ernie Clement down in the 8 hole. And it's like everyone's given a professional at bat. Every out is a tough out. Does not matter who they put in that lineup at this point. 1 through 9, they're having tough at bats. I think tough at bats against Kershaw are going to produce something here. Whereas now the Dodgers, and I wanted to pull up Nabil's comment. He says, these are the games they wake up for. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, it is a big game. It's at home. And I do think you're going to see the Dodgers, like, especially in these spots as August and September go on, I do think you're going to see that like big effort from the Dodgers start to really show up. Maybe the effort we haven't fully seen from them this year. And so there is some merit to that point. But I just think, like, when you handicap this game, you look at where the market has this with the Blue Jays as an underdog. And a lot of the chat is saying, like, what's there to even think about? The Blue Jays as an underdog here. I think at the price, you have to like the Blue Jays. You look at their numbers against left-handed pitching, and if you just watch these two guys pitch, who looks more hittable at this point? Forget the numbers. When you watch these guys pitch, who has the more hittable stuff at this point? I really feel like it's Kershaw. And when you're splitting hairs with how good these teams are and how good these lineups are, I think the plus 125 is all you need to know there. I feel like you have to play that value with the Blue Jays or stay out of it. That's how I see this one. All right, it's 10 a.m., which means Tokyo Brain. Oh, no, he locked it in already. Forgot about that. That was like the best pace we had today. Brian kicked the show off. Middle of the show, I gave mine out. I forgot TB fired his parlay out in that Rockies Diamondbacks game. So while I add this up, I'm going to let TV promote whatever's going on the site right now.
So we have a lot of promotions going on the site. The best thing to do is go to each of our individual pages. Go to WagerTalk.com. If you go to experts or even on the front page, we're going to be there if we have a play up. I already have an MLB play up right now. I'm running pretty hot. Number 1 in profit last 3 days and last 7 days, and number 1 in 2025. So things are going well. I do have an MLB play out. Adam and I do Asian baseball, and WagerTalk allows us to sell those for half price. So any day of the week, if we have a KBO or a Japanese baseball out, it's going to be half price as well. So Brian, you don't have anything out yet, but I'm sure you will today, right? There's lots of juicy matchups.
Yeah, everything today is on the evening card, so we got plenty of time to take a look at it, see who's playing, who's not playing. And I would like to thank you for pointing to the ancient time of 1979, because that was the year I graduated high school.
My mom had a yellow Corvette, and when I was growing up, when I was 16 in 1986, she let me drive it to prom. I did not wreck it.
I had a vet in 1979 too, a Chevette, and it was yellow. First car.
The 70s. Adam wasn't even alive.
I know, and you know what? It's like I wasn't alive yet. I was born. So someone in the comments the other day was like, he doesn't even look 30. I'm actually going to be 40 in July. A lot of people don't realize. I mean, I was born in 1986. So I missed the 70s, but I just finished watching that 5-hour Billy Joel documentary on HBO, which was fantastic. Like, even if you weren't a fan of Billy Joel's music, it's a great watch. It's on HBO. It's like brand new, 2 parts. It's about 5 hours long. And
Adam,
there was so much
I don't think there's anyone who doesn't like Billy Joel.
I know, right? Like, that's like, right,
yeah.
How could you not? And but there's so much good footage from that time period, like the 70s, and like the whole time I'm watching, I'm just thinking like how cool it would have been to be alive like during that time. And obviously, you know, I missed that. But I think I'm a big 90s guy. I always say, like, put me back in the 90s, like that would be like where I'd want to like spend my whole life. But 70s,
New York, you have to love Seinfeld, right?
Yeah, I mean, I caught on to Seinfeld later in life, TV. I was like too young to like where it was like ending when I was like a kid, like a younger kid. So I really didn't watch Seinfeld until I was an adult. And I feel like I had a better appreciation for it because there's so much stuff that even I remember like watching the last season as like,
it's masterclass.
And there was so much stuff that went over my head that I now understand rewatching it as an adult. So even though I wasn't like obsessed with the show, I've watched my way through it, and I understand why people were such big fans of the show. All right. One more time for the parlay. This lands 5-1. How about that? Just right on the money. 5-1. Obviously, shop it around. It's going to vary book to book. But we have Brian Leonard, Marlins first 5 money line. And then we have 2 totals. I am on A's Orioles over 9.5. And Tokyo Brandon's going Rockies D-backs over 9. So we need Brian to get it done with the Marlins first 5. And then we need a boatload of runs in Rockies Diamondbacks for TB and A's Orioles for myself. Thank you guys all for tuning in. We very much appreciate it. If you have a minute, give us a like and subscribe on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. Drop a comment. We read them all. We try to respond to them all. I hope everyone has a great weekend. We'll see you guys back here 9 a.m. Monday morning for more Total Bases.
Hey guys, welcome back to Wisecracks. Bill Krackomberger, John Orlando, live from the beautiful Westgate Superbook. Wow, in the air here. These contests here, I took a photo. It's up on the board here, kind of sideways. Super contest. Of course, the original here, 180 entries right now, 270,000 in the pool. The super contest let's start that over again. The college contest is the one I'm involved in. I don't mean start the show over. I mean you start that with the one I'm interested in. 249 people in that one. That's something that's unusual. 7 picks against the spread. College football. Real excited about this one this year. So far, like I said, 249 entries. It's only $500. So I think that one's gonna. They're going to have more there than the Super Contest, which is $1,500 NFL.
You can enter that multiple times also?
Yep. Super Contest Gold, 12 entries in there. I think that's 5,000. The Survivor, 5,000. We expect to have a couple hundred people in the Survivor here. Unlike the Circle, which is 1,000, then they have the Grandissimo, which is 100,000. 11 people in that one so far, by the way. This one is 24 people right now. I expect it to go to close to 200, John Murray told us. So some really good contest here. Superbook, the original. Love this place. Love the sports book. Lots of proxies were a couple of proxies were sitting around today. So, John, I had to ask someone a question. I said, so tell me how this works. Like, I don't use a proxy because I live in town, but there are weeks I'll go out of town and I'll have to get a hold of a proxy. Last year, my buddy Steve, sees the proxy, he put them in for me. And this year, this Matty here was sitting here, and from footballcontest.com, and he gave me his card, and he also told me some stuff about that. I said, Matt, this is a giant, you're one of the big ones, one of the originals, 20 years.
20 years.
I mean, you have to be really good at what you're doing to make sure you're putting every pick in right.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit of a control freak. I don't know if I could trust my underlings, my people that work for me, to put all the picks in correctly. He said, we don't.
He doesn't
It's me
do
and
it.
Tony. Tony and I put all the picks in. We do it all. We have people to help sign us up. We have employees, but we put the picks in. So I like to hear that.
Yeah. Because you're right, one mistake in that, and it's blasted all over the internet.
And of course, I had to ask him about, do you do bulk discounts? Because, like, if you're doing 10 picks here, 10 at Circa, or, and he said, yes, we will do bulk discounts, footballcontest.com, which all the proxies, my buddy Scott also does this, football, Vegas Horse Pools, he also does. So some great proxies out there. He's another one. Scott is just so focused, like super focused, can't be bothered because he's doing stuff like this. So some really good guys out there. I know I'm a little tougher on the football contest, these proxies at certain points. I'm a little bit tougher on them throughout the year, the end of the year, about the tipping situation, because I feel this. Listen, I love to tip. I love tipping, so I'm a tip guy. I'll tip. Of course, you win a big prize, $1 million, you're going to tip. But I like to do a full deal where, hey, you don't charge me $100 an entry or whatever it is. Just take 5%. You guys I got 95%. You have 5%. So maybe you can do a deal with them there too. I'm just giving a percentage out there.
Yeah.
That's something. So this week, our buddy Todd Dewey, the Las Vegas Review Journal, he did a great article on that, and I really liked the article. I said I'm going to bring that up. John, I'm going to push it over to you right away. One of the viewers last week in the comments, you didn't read it.
I didn't.
Yeah, he wants to know why you wear these short T-shirts and try to sit up straight and pump your guns out or something. I was like, what's he talking about? Like,
It's a T-shirt.
Maybe you are wearing the T-shirts. Maybe I'm wrong.
Come on, this is. Wait,
I mean,
dude, am I still on camera if I stand up?
Of course, you're sucking it in now.
I'm not sucking it in.
Maybe you're right,
This
guy
is
who
just
made
a
the
normal
comment.
T-shirt. It's a normal.
You look good for a senior.
It's a large.
Yeah, no,
it's a large. What do you want?
I got you. The arm's a little tight. Is that a large?
The guns, Bill. Large. No?
I think it's a medium.
Is it? Well, no.
Sorry.
Is it really medium? Oh, it's a large. Yeah. You had me.
So anyway, that brings me to one of my points in Atlantic City. Look at this. Atlantic City, they're having an outdoor gym overlooking the ocean. That's pretty cool. So this is the ocean's this way.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Wait,
Outdoor.
that's ocean? Or?
Yeah, no, that's the Showboat, which used to be a casino, which closed down now and is just a hotel. And I believe it's also the college had something to do with that for a while too. But the outdoor facility is located between Ocean Casino, which I love.
Yep.
Floor to ceiling windows.
Yep.
Great place. They cut down video poker and guys that win. Which casino doesn't really? And then Showboat, right between them. That's where this is. Memberships for the gym at the boardwalk, $99 a month. And Actually, some discounts too. I thought that was pretty cool. Though the gym overlooking the beach and the ocean. You know me with gyms. I don't even speak to anyone named Jim. Okay, so let's go to the next story. So this is really an amazing story that I'm reading about. They're not going to override the mayor's support, so they're not going to Democrat. This is New York. New York is getting a casino. Well, sooner or later, I'm not going to say it's New York City. It'll be the outskirts, but where they want to put this particular one is the Bronx. Like,
I was literally going to say the Bronx.
I don't think
the Bronx
really needs a casino. I mean, they're already busting everybody out with lotteries and you know, all the sports books there. And
that's near like Yankee Stadium?
Yeah, I mean, the Bronx is big.
Okay.
The Bronx is a giant city. It's, you know, the Bronx is much bigger than Manhattan. Not as big as Brooklyn, but anyway, yeah, maybe it's the Bronx, but somewhere in New York's getting a casino.
I know you like animals.
Yeah.
Tell me you've been to the Bronx Zoo.
Been to the Bronx Zoo. My Aunt Dolores.
Oh, right.
My Aunt Dolores has been there over 50 years. My cousin Chris has been there, I think, almost 30 years. So
it's so good.
Yeah, no, they're. My cousin Chris has an unbelievable job. He's like the head of all 5 parks, like you know, the zoo, the aquarium, all different things. He's the head of everything in the ticket department. Got a big position for himself. Might be the only kid in the whole family went to college.
Really?
But yeah, we couldn't afford college when we were growing up. We didn't grow up with the John Orlando fund of Tony Orlando. But anyway, a shout out to them. Love my Bronx relatives and family. Anyway, I just think sooner or later, a sports book.
You would think.
I mean, a casino is probably going to come to Atlantic City. Proxies we talked about. Boy, this is this is crazy stuff, man. It doesn't hit the press a lot, but we talk about this kind of stuff here. So, a guy was threatening one of the casinos. By the way, Finger Lakes used to be, when I was a kid, it was actually a bigger racetrack. Yeah. It's kind of a smaller racetrack. They still run a lot of horse race maneuvering going on.
I didn't know that was in New York until just now.
Yeah, it's upstate New York, Finger Lakes. Yeah, so now there's a casino there. This guy was at the bar. He's drinking, and they asked him to leave the bar. They probably, you know, the casino probably served him too much drinks, alcohol. Which casino doesn't? It's hard to police. It's hard to police people how much they're having to drink. Bartenders running around, and you know, I like to go after bartenders sometimes.
Yeah.
But the bartender's running around serving drinks. How can he tell? Oh, are you sober? You're just giving him $10. Here's your drink. You know, it's not his fault either. I mean, but yeah. So this guy threatened to blow up the casino with a bomb.
I mean,
very bad.
Not smart.
You can't do that.
No.
You can't do
so what
that.
happened?
They threw him out, but he looks like he might have got
But feds
arrested.
definitely came and talked to him. Yeah, you can't.
John, this is something that always scares me after the shooting at Mandalay Bay.
Yeah.
It always scares me about a shooting. There's no metal detectors in the casino. There's none.
I
if
know.
Not, someone in the immediate area might not be allowed in. just saying.
But I don't think they can do it.
What do you mean?
If this was like an airport coming in, I think it would really hurt.
Really?
I do.
So
I don't know what the solution is.
This is about up in Reno. A shooter opened up fire right outside the casino, killed 3 people, injured several others.
When did this happen?
Last week.
Oh, wow.
A week ago.
I didn't hear it.
Opened fire outside the largest casino in Reno, by the way. But yeah, the suspect was he was shot and arrested.
He lived?
Yeah, he lives.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Like I said, it's just, it really, I don't know how you police it. I don't know what's right or wrong. I'll tell you right now. You know, you get scared a little bit. You know, something never came out about that shooting at Mandalay Bay. That guy was a big gambler. Randy, who was on our show, is going to be on next week with us. You know, Randy knew that guy. He was a big video poker player.
Really?
Yes. He's seen him playing video poker. He said, I've seen that guy playing high-limit video poker all the time. So he was a giant player. He got free rooms, suites, everything he got. You know,
wow.
I just hope a lot of the casinos, I'm not going to say ramp up, because I really believe that if you give $20 to a bell guy, they're bringing up anything. They don't search the bags.
No, of course not.
I hate to say that, but we hope something like this doesn't happen in a casino. It happened at one of the casinos on Boulder Highway last year. Those security guards are armed with guns.
Yeah.
A lot of the security guards, you know, along the strip and stuff are not. Local casinos, though, I noticed they got their Yeah.
I see Metro officers in a lot of casinos.
Yeah,
all the
every
time.
casino.
Aria,
And people don't know
Encore.
that. Every casino does have plain clothes, even regular clothes, police in them.
Yep.
The casinos pay the officers for that.
And sometimes I see them all geared up, too.
Yeah. And they are geared up, too. So some are, but I just hope that they could somehow police this more. I hope nothing ever happens again like this in Vegas. That just totally terrible. You know, I watched something on. I don't have time to watch TV. My wife was watching something in the background on one of the platforms. It might have been Amazon Prime about the shooting that happened in Moscow, Idaho. The 4 kids.
Yeah.
Oh.
Did you see that guy in court?
Oh.
What a dirtbag.
Oh,
you see
what a dirtbag.
The sister?
I had to sit down and watch it. Oh, what's this? And I remember that. It affected me a little bit. This is one of the safest areas in the country.
Yeah.
And to see this happen.
The sister got to give her thoughts to him.
Yeah.
You see that? She was great.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. It's really great. Terrible thing.
So anyway, that was another subject matter that I just said, just figured I'd talk about.
Yeah.
John, let's go over real quick. I breeze over this, but let's do it real quick anyway. Heritage, 100% reload bonus, $500 money back guaranteed. How they're doing on deposits.
Bill, I know they're a sponsor. How are they in business doing this?
I mean, well, to be honest with you, John, people think they win. If you bet, just like you think you win on the UFC, we're just talking.
That's a bad example, but yeah, I got you.
People just think they win. So
right.
They just, I know a guy that owned one of the biggest sports books in the world.
Yeah.
And you know what he said? He's actually a billionaire. And he's owned many companies, many businesses. You could spend 86%, he said, of all the money that's sent to me. I asked him this question twice. One time he said 85. He goes, it's a little more now. So in other words, if you deposit with a sports book, you could just, let's say you get 100,000 in deposits. Well,
you could spend 86%
don't worry about putting it in the bank just in case they get the 100,000 back. You could spend 86,000 of it. They're not getting it back. So 86% of the money gets to stay with them. That's
crazy.
The reason why. So you're looking at probably closer to 90%.
Right.
Some of the books. This particular book here, though, Heritage, been around 30 years. It just, like it says here, 100% kickoff and reload bonus. Free contests, free birthday parlays, lots of free plays. HeritageSports.eu. Like I said, reduced juice. That's another thing. That's why I don't understand the bonus, because the bonus is the reduced juice. That's what you'd think. It's 108 juice, so instead of 110. So anyway, Heritage Sports, been around a long, long time. Wanted to throw them in there. On to our next subject matter, which is going to be, listen, I know for a fact, years ago, there was some high-level hockey players that were in the casinos playing and firing big amounts of money and didn't want to pay back their markers. So I know that about hockey players. As a matter of fact, I'm pulling up, and you could just Google. I Googled the hockey players who have hit the jackpot. Stories on NHL, that's the name of this article. So the name I'm talking about is Yager. So I'm not really a big hockey guy, but I know one thing. Jaromir Jagr, am I saying the name right? Yager, right? Yager, you know the name? He has made, might have made $100 million in his hockey career. He made a lot of money.
Yep.
However, loved to gamble. So he's played a lot. I'm reading here. He's played for some of the biggest teams. Pittsburgh, Washington Rangers, Flyers. And he had some problems in the past, and he had some casinos going after him. Now recently, though, by the way, even the great Gretzky, his wife was involved in some gambling. We think it was his wife years ago. Got in a little bit of trouble there for a minute. But what I was actually talking about is a brand new subject coming out. NBA players, and that's happened over the years. Even the great Charles Barkley, who we love Charles, King Charles. He put a bet at Mandalay Bay for $500,000 on a Super Bowl once. This is 25 years ago. He got the lineman, the bookmaker, in trouble. The guy that ran the book, because he ran away from the counter with the ticket, thinking he could pay on his credit line or something like that. He never paid for the ticket, and Nick got in some trouble. The guy that ran the book there, I think he got fired, like I said. But Of course, he eventually paid. I think they won. He actually cashed it in. But this is Marcus Morris Sr., who just said F Vegas after paying off $291,000. They arrested him. They went and arrested him, put 51 hours in jail. An NBA veteran here, they arrested him over unpaid casino debts. And I was like, wow, that's just now. There's another hockey player too that's currently, but yeah, they arrested him. And you know, in Las Vegas, it's different than other jurisdictions. In Las Vegas, if you sign a marker, it's like signing a check. The law here is the bad check law.
Right.
So that's bouncing a check, which means you could go to jail. Unlike other jurisdictions
that don't have. It's a felony too, right? Because of the dollar amount. What? Depending on the dollar amount.
I don't know if it's depending on the dollar amount. I don't know.
I think if it's over, like if you write a bad check for
John
over
may
1,000,
have experience with this subject, just to let you guys know.
I think a bad check over 1,000 is a felony.
Well, no, it is definitely a felony.
Right.
It's definitely a felony here. I thought it was no amount, any amount. Now, John, how about this robot? Now, I'm gonna. The ticket company, I bought tickets off before. It's Tix4 tonight or Tix4.com.
Yeah.
I wish I knew the name of it.
Wait, did you just say how about this robot?
Well, I'm gonna tell you in 1 second.
Oh.
They used to have all these little booths on the strip.
Right.
Tix4 tonight, Tix4. Doesn't matter. I wasn't really trying to get them to press.
Okay.
It's the idea now that they have these dolls. Let's just call that. Looks like a sex doll to me. You know, and that's what the article says too. But yeah, it says these AI-powered humanoid robotics look a lot like a real sex doll. That's what it says. This is what the article says. I'm going to have Jay show a copy of the article. But yeah, so these dolls now, they're taking your order at this first one is in Fashion Show Mall. She's a customer service rep. She's not real.
This doll I'm looking at, this robot.
She's programmed with all ticket answer. She has the answer to all your questions. Like, you can ask her anything. What's at the Sphere tonight? She'll tell you how much they are. Where can I get a reservation for 6 at a good Italian restaurant? She'll even tell you, what are you doing after work? That's what it says here.
Okay.
I think she's answered that question already. It says here. But anyway.
Crazy.
I gotta tell you something. I'm sick of all these cars that drive by themselves. And I watched one the other day at the corner of Resorts World. It pulls out, stop, pulls out, stop, pulls out, stop. In the car, you're getting jerked around. I'm saying, you know, but they have a free one you could do at nighttime from there. We should take it just to do this.
I would do it just for fun,
just to see. Just to do it. And
where does it pick you up?
At Resorts World, it'll drive you down to Tropicana and back. That's the one that's free. So that's the one that's free right now. This kid just made a face at me. This is the kid that I asked. Someone asked if they could take a photo with me. And he, you know, he was like in the sunglasses, and he's like, you must be on the fucking lamb or something. You're not walking around with the sunglasses for 4 hours now inside. Anyway,
people are funny.
So anyway, this AI doll will take your ticket order. There's no one there to talk to. I thought that was kind of funny, but the dolls, you know, now they're going to put them in. They're trying to put them in all of the locations. Most people prefer a commentator. They prefer a real person.
Yeah.
But you know, this guy said, you know, the economy is bad when the dolls have to get second jobs. But yeah.
Someone commented that?
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
Perverts who can't get a real woman. That's what this market's for. These comments are funny. But anyway, like I said, the cars that are driving, the one I see, I got a video of it. It stopped and stopped again. It stopped short before making the right on red because someone was jogging past the car. So it's interesting how the person jogging doesn't even realize no one's driving that car. They just, or else they'd stop and say, "Oh, whoa,
yeah, sure."
You know. So I thought that was kind of funny too.
We need to take that car. I want to see what it's like.
The car could be funny.
So it takes you down to the Trop and back
for free. I put it on my
Twitter. You can go
Twitter.
both directions.
I put it on my Twitter a couple weeks ago. It actually does take you back and forth. I thought that was the cool. I said, you know what? They're doing free rides. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
So someone on Twitter texted me. Well, he added me to a tweet, and he's like, "Hey, there's this big article about the military bases. How these military bases are have casinos now, like slot machines." And I'm like, "What? Slot machines?" I am devastated by this for them. So you could just look. This is my buddy sent me a text on Twitter. One of my guys, the Wired article, showing about Wired shows the big money and high cost of U.S. military bases on-base machines.
That's crazy.
And I was like, wait a minute. What do you mean on-base military? Then there's a whole story. This guy came forward, one of the guys in the service, and he's like, Dave Yeager stumbled across these shiny casino slot machines in Seoul, South Korea on the military base. U.S. Army bases all around have these, and now he feels so lost because he's broke. He's lost his life savings.
This should be criminal.
You know, he said he cannot believe he went to the next base on assignment and there were slot machines there. I almost don't believe.
This is crazy.
Playing military-run casino games. They drained his life savings. He started selling his stuff, even stole from his unit. I mean,
come on.
Yeah, he didn't let anyone know what's going on. And, you know, not everyone who plays these slots struggle like Yeager does. I'm not trying to say. But all I'm saying is,
these guys got enough to worry about.
These guys got enough. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
You know, they're more likely to struggle from gambling disorders than civilians. So it's for civilians too, but it's a lot about the people who are in the service here. Service members also are more hesitant to seek help than civilians and stuff out of fear of losing their rank, security clearance, or even being dishonorably discharged.
Yeah.
I didn't know this went on. I did not know all this stuff went on. How about the money they're bringing in? So they're saying they're reinvesting the money back in the military bases and military programs, the Marine Corps. Yeah, give it a break. $64 million in revenue in 2023.
This is crazy.
Oh, it's crazy, man. I'm so pissed off about it. I really am. So I didn't know this was going on. I mean, they want to bust out every living human in these towns, and now you want to take from our military that are defending our country in other countries.
Wow, man.
I'm so mad about that.
Yeah, that's
I really did. The guy pointed that out on Twitter to me. I just, let's get into the next subject matter. Actually, my palm's sweating. I'm always saying, you know, thank you for your service. Thank you for I see Vietnam hats or Iraq, and you know these guys are fighting for us to live here free, and they're facing these kind of things. All 50 states, John, all 50 state attorney generals call on the Justice Department to combat offshore casinos.
Really?
Now, let me just tell you. So they're offshore casinos and sports books. This is casinos, though. So
this is double. Not the sports books.
Yeah, this is two-sided, though.
Okay.
So of course they're doing it because their tax money that they're getting is from the DraftKings, FanDuels, and MGMs, Hiltons of the world. Westgate, not Westgate. Sorry. This is the casinos. So I'm going to go back to those 7 states that are legal for the casinos that have those big companies, though, the DraftKings and FanDuels of the world. So, of course, they're in a letter from the National Association of Attorneys Generals by all 50 states. Of course, they're trying to go after those. What about the ones that are on the legal sites here in the country that are killing people and closet gambling? Because I'll tell you what, when the games are over, the game's behind us, the games, football, basketball, baseball, there's nothing else to bet on. What do you think people are doing? The human condition. We're at nighttime. God, I lost that Monday Night Football game. I was trying to get even from the Sunday game or the Sunday night game. Now Monday, trying to get even. Nothing left. Let's start firing a little blackjack. We got to get our money back.
Right.
So we'll bet a lot and just double up until that is the crack cocaine of gambling. Right. It's the next opioid epidemic. It really is. Online casino gambling is so bad. Yeah. So, And I'm going to say it's offshore or onshore. And by the way, I don't even like. Someone said something about my comment last week about playing about that blackjack in the games that are being videotaped, the live games of the blackjack dealers. Yep. And thank you, because you could be right. I say I don't play it. I've never played it. He's like, I don't know, Bill Crack. They're cutting the deck in half already, so they're not even dealing the full deck. So you're never going to get to that positive count. Maybe on an 8-deck shoe, you'll get a little positive, but nothing to the point where it's going to let them lose money in the end, Right. So I didn't realize that. Of course they're going to use a defensive mechanism. I'm surprised I didn't think about that before I did it. But anyway, I'll be blunt. I don't know if I even trust those online casinos. Is it taken? Are the bets being placed in at your home, cyberspace, Costa Rica, Antigua, or even the casinos back in New Jersey when they're playing with the legal ones? I don't really want to play anything virtual, where it's policed by who?
Right.
There's no one policing it offshore, and the gaming departments that police it here, I don't know if they have the proper guys, IT guys, to even go in and say, is this being done properly, and are you really using all the 10s in the deck, whatever it may be,
Yeah, sure.
So anyway, that's just a subject that I thought was pretty interesting. I was just like kind of blown away. The military thing really blew. The military addictions.
It's crazy.
This was an interesting article. The Las Vegas casinos are not connecting with the young bettors. So I said, wait, what are you talking about? I got to tell you, this guy who wrote this article, this is a conservative activist. I never heard of him, Robbie Starbuck. He said Las Vegas casinos may have a problem with younger demographics. When people come in, I think the 30 crowd, 28, 27, they like to just come in and have they want to buy their drinks and buy their rooms. I don't think they really care about gambling too much. Now, he's saying that the casinos are not connecting with it by having letting them bet online more, be more interactive with an online app compared to, they would rather bet online on their phone in the palm of their hand than live in a casino setting, maybe for the fear of being intimidated or whatever it may be. I don't think the people that come in really care too much under 30
there's
about
two
that.
different food
They
groups.
want to drink, they want to have a good time, and they want to gamble. Maybe they'll gamble too much after they drink and stuff. But I just thought it was an interesting article. But sometimes these, like this guy, this conservative commentator, Starbuck, I don't know who he is, like I said, they probably don't gamble. So they probably don't really have the pulse of the casino. But it is an interesting subject. I just wanted to say that younger crowd does gamble, does come in with the non-gaming stuff. And they come in and drink.
Go to the clubs.
They come in and drink. They have a good time. They're not doing that. Let's go to the wager wire segment.
Yeah.
So this is an interesting one. It's $100 to win $55.35, and just a two-leg parlay, which is up on WagerWire.com, WagerWire app. 100 to win $56.35, which is, like I said, $55.35 profit. So he's already won the first leg, SGA, to win the NBA Finals MVP. That was only plus 145. The other leg is San Diego to win the World Series. Now, of course, John's going to say, whoa, no way they can win. No way. Now, so they can't beat the Dodgers in the playoffs?
No. When have they ever? No, absolutely not. And even if they beat the Dodgers in the playoffs, no, absolutely not. They don't have it.
You might have a shot with the future on San Diego.
No. If you're going to bet on any other team other than the Dodgers.
All right, so he bet $188 to win the $5,600. And right now he has a $252 profit with the buyout there.
Take it.
I'm sure that... That's
Take
John's
that
heart.
money.
That's John's heart.
Reinvest it. No, come on. The Padres are not winning the World Series.
Well,
Crazy
with
talk.
the buyout from the sports book will be a lot less.
How much?
So, it'd be, I'm going to guess it's probably like $50 or
Take
$75.
it. Something's better than nothing.
But you can take 252 on, or not 252. You can take 170 on about 170
on WagerWire.
Yeah, on WagerWire.
Yeah, I would take that all day.
So that's interesting, though. We don't see a lot of two-leg parlays, though. So.
Hey, speaking of which, I'll be on national TV on Friday night.
Wow!
You're
finally coming clean on the Gamblers Anonymous
for
segment?
about 3. Yeah, Dateline. No, for about 3 hours. National TV.
Oh, all right. What are you doing?
I'm going to the Dodger game, playing the Blue Jays. And Mary Hart was nice enough.
I thought you were doing an interview.
And Bert
Mary
Sugarman.
Hart, who has great seats behind the dugout. So not behind the dugout.
Behind the home plate, front row.
Right, front row.
Dugout club,
Dugout club. Yeah. So she has great seats. So
national TV.
John will be there, he's saying. Good deal. What else, John?
I'm going to wear a tight T-shirt, too, just to piss off
the guy that said
Mr.
something.
YouTube man. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. John, let me ask you, what's going on in the... Well, What about the senior poker tournament I said I put
We're
in?
we're gonna do
No,
it.
are you gonna be at the Dodger game
end of
instead?
the month. No. That's a little later in the month. August, whatever the dates were.
Well,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you're going to
I'm
this
excited.
other game this week.
This Friday.
This
Yeah.
Friday.
But I do want to mention it's this Saturday.
Right.
Big UFC fight. Sadly, I won't be in town. I'll be in LA. But my friend Ode Osborne is playing, and I have, let's just call him a live dog.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Ode is plus 390. He's stepping in on short notice to fight a ranked fighter.
Wow.
He's fighting Steve Urseg.
Okay.
Steve is minus 590. Ode's plus
4.25
plus
here.
4.25 if you're at where is that?
A lot of money coming in against him.
BetMGM plus 4.25. Live dog, short notice. But here's why I like that he's a live dog. He's got phenomenal stand-up. He's got a lot of heart. This could be a life-changing fight. That's what these odds makers don't take into consideration. They just look at the matchups. This is the first time he's been a co-main event. First time he's fighting a ranked fighter. If he wins this fight, it could be career-changing. I'm just saying, it's worth $100, Bill. Come on, $100? No?
No.
Come on.
No, but it's if you have
it's
fun
gonna be
with
fun to clip this up for an I Told You So video.
Yeah.
Let's go, Ode.
I hope he does win. I hope he does win. Because I root for anyone.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
You know, one thing about the UFC guys, my God,
Yeah.
they're so friendly.
Yeah.
So nice.
Especially this one.
Every single
Real
UFC guy I met in my life has been unbelievable.
He goes in his spare time for no money. He talks to kids at school of all ages. In school, gives them pep talks, motivational.
Right.
Really good guy. I hope he wins.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, John, I get like bonus money from casinos, and I get like a bonus. I was playing a bonus over at the South Point the other day with my buddies, and I was playing for a reason. And my one buddy said, I was up $500 right away. He's like, "What are you doing?"
He says, "Quit."
Just quit, just like you would say. Right? Like, you don't know any better. It's normal to say that. Hey, you're up money. But the reason why you don't quit, if you don't want to keep on getting that weekly money, and you have to give them a level of play.
Right.
The rest are not going to give you that bonus offer next week.
Right.
Or that whatever you're playing for.
Right.
They have gift cards there, Walmart gift cards twice a year, whatever it may be. But I can't believe how many people I'm friends with that have been around me and tell me to quit. You got to quit. No, you have to establish a certain level.
Let me ask you this.
Players are here. Wow.
If it's also, there are certain days, especially in the local casinos, where they do like 5 times the points, 3 times the points. Does that ever influence you playing more as well, even if you're up?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. If there's a bonus, I'm only going in under a bonus or something like that.
Right.
So, it's just funny. You see that top comment, right? I was thinking about someone said it the other day. Someone said these guys that talk shit behind anonymity are rotting from the inside out with hatred.
So
I was like,
good.
I never heard that saying
It's
before.
so true.
By the way, next week, so any of them could show up. We're going to be
Please show up.
downtown. I hope JH knows. Next week we're doing our podcast from Bet Bash next week.
Is that next week?
Wednesday.
Okay,
Are you gonna
early
be
in
here,
the
or
morning,
are you going
right?
to
Yeah.
Florida or
No, I'm here.
California
I'm excited. That's
so-
8:30 in the morning, or no?
No. It's going to be the same time. It's going to be.
okay.
Is it 1 to 2 p.m. next week, John?
Oh, okay.
1 to 2 p.m. It's nice to know that John's all pepped up for Bet Bash.
Yeah.
1 to 2 p.m. next week live at Westgate doing our
Wait, at
podcast.
Westgate?
I said Westgate.
Circa, right?
I'm trying to always give Westgate credit.
Yeah,
I admit it.
Circa.
I'm always trying to do
I'm
that.
excited. I like
We're going
that.
to be there next week. So, John, this college football.
Yeah.
I really think that there's nothing that I've ever seen in my life where an originator will bet something +1 and then go -4 and say play it again, and then now it's up to 6.5. So I've never seen something like that in my life. If you miss the +1 or even the pick 'em during the regular season, it's not a bet no more. The two originators I know are saying, no, we're not only going to play a +1, more information came out, lay the 4. Wow. Bill Krackomberger has a tough time punching that. But I realize now at the 7, -4 and +7, not that I play middles, is worth such a super duper max bet both ways because they're lower totals, more likely to land. I've never seen nothing like that in my life.
Yeah.
This preseason football, wow. So that gives a shout out to WagerTalk, though. Come visit me over there. We got some really good stuff. Listen, I seen a survey. Number one reason why young people, I should have talked about, come to Vegas. And I was surprised. Young people actually know when you're 21, like my niece is going to turn 21 September. Uncle Billy, I'm coming to Vegas. They call me UB. I'm coming to Vegas, UB. And I was like, all right. Because now I can drink for free. Like, they don't realize that drinking for free, you really don't drink for free. You have to, there's ways around to get drink tickets and stuff, but
they think you just come in and they just hand you a pina colada.
Well, the idea is just drinking in general.
Yeah.
I guess drinking for, you're 21 now, so you can drink. So I thought it was kind of funny. But that's the number one reason I've seen this survey, these pools they do. And I was like, wow. So I didn't even think people come here to drink. So they come here to drink, hang out. At least they get a hotel room. They don't, drink and drive. Drinking and driving is a real bad offense here in Nevada.
Yeah.
So be careful anywhere, not just Nevada.
Maybe we need a top 5 places to get a free drink video because the pool keeps giving. The free pool video, 1.5 million this morning.
1.6.
No, really?
No, 1.6. Yeah. I only know because.
And
Johnny, one of our main guys sent me
42,000 people shared the video. This is so crazy to me.
1.6 million top 5.
I'll be damned. Look at that.
Pretty cool.
Wow.
But no, they're that's Vegas pools.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do one. We're actually gonna do one.
I like it.
All right, guys. We'll see you next week on Wisecracks. Thanks for joining in.
Who bets preseason games? Degenerates? Crazy people? No. Sharp bettors bet preseason games. We bet preseason because it's beatable. Let's talk about 2 games on Friday night. Teddy covers WagerTalk.com with a double gamer of NFL preseason Week 1 action. We'll start with Detroit and Atlanta. We'll also talk about Cleveland and Carolina before this video is through. We've seen a big move for Detroit, Atlanta. Detroit opened -1, -1.5, -2. Now they're -4. Nothing but sharp Lions money. Total sitting 33, 32.5. Bettors not expecting a high scoring affair in Atlanta. And let's start with the Falcons, where Raheem Morris has made it very clear we're not going to see Michael Penix in this game. We're not going to see Kirk Cousins in this ballgame, which leaves the quarterback rotation of Easton Stick, who's okay, in terms of the guy who's been around the preseason before. He's not your ideal QB, but he's fine if he's facing second and third string defenders, which he will be here. Detroit's not playing starters. Emory Jones is likely to close out the game for Atlanta. Emory Jones is not someone who I'm excited about putting my money on necessarily in an NFL ball game. Raheem Morris also talked about the scrimmage between Detroit and Atlanta. His quote, well, we'll get a good feel after the scrimmage who needs what and what you can give somebody. You have some young guys who need to go out there and show some competitive things. Essentially, we're not expecting to see a whole lot of players that we're familiar with on the Atlanta sidelines. It's going to, on the Atlanta, in the game for Atlanta, what we are likely to see is the developmental projects. And obviously, when you're talking about betting in the preseason in a game 1 scenario, coaches are always evaluating depth. Raheem Morris, no exception to that general rule. When it comes to the Lions, however, it feels a little different. Now, look, Dan Campbell doesn't play starters in the preseason, so it's not like Detroit is likely to, play the guys that are going to be on the field Week 1 at all in this ballgame. That being said, the Lions have a game under their belt. They played in the Hall of Fame game last week, and they were pretty awful in that contest. Certainly, in terms of taking care of the football, 5 turnovers in that ballgame. And the quotes coming after the game. Hendon Hooker talking about he was, quote, very disappointed in myself after the first game. Hendon Hooker playing for the backup job, and he's going to get the starting opportunity here. And Kyle Allen as well is going to get, and again, we're talking about 2 guys who've been in the system, not guys just learning the system this year, and 2 guys who have a game under their belts, neither of whom played well in that first game. That's advantage Detroit, big time, when it comes to this particular matchup. It really is. You have a motivation edge for the Lions because they stunk it up last week. Dan Campbell, quote, you want to win the game. You also want to play really well, and we didn't do that. So that's the frustrating part of it. But like I said, we're going to learn from it. We're going to be able to coach off the tape, help some of these guys get better. That will serve us well. And I would expect us to play much better this next week, the guys that played in this game. Worth noting, the Lions 2-1 straight up in the preseason last year, 2-1 against the spread as well, 2-1 straight up NATS in 2023. So they have a pretty good track record under Campbell in August. They're motivated. They have the right QB rotation for this ball game. And yeah, you're not getting the best of the number anymore. If you're betting on Fridays in the NFL, Thursdays or Fridays or Saturdays, you're likely not to be getting the best of the number for a lot of these games. That's why we try to put out plays early. And certainly in the preseason, where the lines move like crazy, we try to put out stuff as early as we can, as long as the information warrants. So, yeah, I can only recommend the Lions here, minus the 4. If you shop around, you can find 3.5. There's 3.5 at DraftKings and FanDuel right now. You can find them, but it's Detroit or pass for this bettor in the first of these two ball games. Before we talk about Cleveland and Carolina, I want to ask you guys one simple favor. If you like this type of analysis, hit that like button. Done. Thank you. Much appreciated. Comment below. Tell me what you think. Clearly, there are going to be some of you with differing opinions on these contests. I don't mind. It's okay to disagree with me. Let me know in the comments below what you think. And if you haven't done so already, what do we have? 210,000 who've now subscribed to the WagerTalk YouTube channel. It just keeps growing and growing and growing. If you haven't done so, subscribe, and you'll get instant alerts every time these videos go live. WagerTalk.com's got some great specials going right now. We have a preseason discounted package available. We have a buy 2 months, get the third for free, essentially, right through Halloween. So some really good deals right now, and obviously the full season packages are available. The season win report is up and available. I do have a week 1 blowout on my page, just $5 right now. Check it out, WT.buzz/TC, if you want to get on board with a proven NFL profit producer long term. So check it out, WT.buzz/TC, or just visit WagerTalk.com. Look at the Odds Logic live odds screen. And by the way, if you guys don't have it, check out oddslogic.com/Teddy. Get a 7-day free all-access trial. Again, oddslogic.com/Teddy. It's our live odds product. I think it's really good. I have no hesitation recommending this product, endorsing this product. It's on this screen right here while I'm talking into this camera right there. I run it pretty much 24/7 on my alternate screens. So check it out, oddslogic.com/Teddy. Get a free 7-day trial. But looking at the Odds Logic live odds screen, I'm seeing Carolina now -6 against Cleveland. Total here 32.5, 33. The only way I can play this one is Carolina, and this line has moved again. It's up to 6. That's too much. They got to win by a touchdown to cover this. I understand we want to bet against Cleveland. All right, they're 2-7-1 straight up over the last preseasons over Stefanski. That being said, both wins did come in the week 1 games, but Stefanski's not a guy that's all that worried about winning games in August. However, it's also worth noting they've set of those 7 losses, 5 of the 7 came by 4 points or less. 4 of the 7 came by 2 points or less. They haven't made the 2-point conversion. They're giving them up on the other end. And that's what cost Browns backers a lot. So they're not getting killed in these contests. All right. That being said, when we look at the QB rotation for Cleveland, it's dicey at best. Shedeur Sanders was sitting out practices with arm soreness this past week. Oh, he's starting. Kenny Pickett's dealing with a hamstring. Joe Flacco's 100 years old. They're not going to play him. Dylan Gabriel just got hurt. So it looks like Tyler Huntley, who was just signed off the waiver wire this week, is going to get a whole bunch of playing time. All right. Stefanski's quote, there's not going to be Kenny Pickett. There's not going to be Dylan Gabriel. And I can't imagine that Flacco, if he gets a cup of coffee in the preseason, I would be surprised. He's a guy they really want to keep healthy. So Stefanski's quote, my expectation for Shedeur is no different from the rest of the guys. I just expect him to go out there and operate. When you get in these preseason games, you try to keep it very simple so guys can play fast. It's all concepts that these guys know. They don't have to think too much about. I'm not excited about the Browns in this game. I don't like the QB rotation. I don't want a rookie starting, let alone a 6th-round rookie draft choice starting. I don't want a guy they just signed off the waiver wire coming in the second half. I don't want any part of Cleveland in this ballgame. I'm not expecting this offense to be marching up and down the field. That being said, it's not like the Panthers are a bargain anymore. When you're laying 6
5 free Major League Baseball plays for Friday, August 8th. I am Brian Power on a 69, 48-1 all sports run over at WagerTalk.com. Have yet to have a losing record in any month during 2025. Yes, you heard that correct. Number 3 in net profit for the year. At the site, my clients up a whopping 65.4 units since May 24th. After having no premium releases yesterday over at WagerTalk, I've got 3 for you today. I'll be telling you about those in just a little bit. But first, we need to right the ship with these free plays. Bad day at the office yesterday at the Power 5. Eager to turn it around. We've got some big matchups to talk about today, like Astros, Yankees, Phillies, Rangers, Red Sox, Padres, and Blue Jays, Dodgers. Go ahead and smash that like button whenever you do agree with one of the following free plays. Let's get it going. Number 1, Astros, Yankees. Aaron Judge is back, but perhaps some of you are right, and we should not go trusting this Yankees lineup just yet. After all, they've scored only 3 runs total in the 2 games since Judge has returned, and the Yanks will be facing Hunter Brown tonight. However, I actually trust the Astros lineup even less. Note, Yankees are 8-13 their last 21 games, but the Astros are 9-16 their last 25. And don't look for them to match that 12 for 32 with runners in scoring position that we saw last series versus Miami. Yankee starter Cam Schlittler is the real deal. At home, the Yankees are top 10 in fewest runs allowed. So I like Houston. Team total under 3.5 here. You can get it at plus money. My guess, not too many of you smashing that like button on this one, but it is a bet that I believe you should consider. Number 2, Phillies, Rangers, 8:05 Eastern. I like the under 7.5 in this one. No team allows fewer runs at home than the Rangers. Visitors are averaging just 2.79 runs per game in Arlington this season. That is by far and away number 1 by a half run per game, as a matter of fact, over the number 2 team. Phillies, they see their scoring average dip by nearly a full run per game on the road. Merrill Kelly had a nice Rangers debut, came over from the Diamondbacks, the deadline, of course. Kelly allowed just 2 runs in 5 2/3 innings. He's now allowed 2 runs or less in 6 consecutive starts, going back to his time with the Snakes. Kelly has also, he's got a 2.73 career ERA versus the Phillies. But the bad news for the Rangers here is they have to face Christopher Sanchez. As I said going into his last start, Sanchez has been one of the best pitchers in all of MLB this year. The lefty has allowed 1 or 0 runs in 7 of his last 8 starts. Last Sunday night against the Tigers, Sanchez got through 8 shutout innings on just 84 pitches. Texas, has a bottom 6 offense in all of baseball, so runs should be scarce in this one. Number 3, let's talk Royals Twins in 8:10 Eastern in the Twin Cities. A battle of AL Central also-rans, let's call it. This will be the first time Minnesota has played at home since June 30th. Despite trading away basically half their team at the deadline, they did manage to go 3-3 on the recently completed 6-game road trip. I like Twins' first 5 run line tonight. Why? Basically even money to lay the half a run here, so I like the price, but it's more the fact that Joe Ryan is starting for the Twins. He's perfect 7-0 with a 1.30 ERA in his career versus the Royals. Furthermore, Ryan has allowed no more than 2 runs in 6 of his last 7 starts overall. He's opposed tonight by Seth Lugo, who has been a complete fraud for the Royals. I'm not coming off that hill. Lugo, he has a 3.06 actual ERA. That sounds really good, but he's got a 4.91 expected ERA. That's a big gulf. He only made it through 4 2/3 innings his last time out versus Toronto and had more walks than strikeouts. If Minnesota is to win this game, it's going to be because of the starting pitching edge. So it makes sense to play first 5 run line, lay that half run with Minnesota. Number 4, let's talk Red Sox Padres, 9:40 Eastern. 2 hot teams here. Red Sox have won 7 of 8, while the Padres have won 8 of 10. But another game tonight where there is a big starting pitching edge for the home team. Nick Pivetta has a 1.14 ERA in his last 5 starts for the Padres. Meanwhile, Walker Buehler does not have a 1.14 ERA his last 5 starts for the Red Sox. In fact, Buehler has a 5.74 ERA for the season, and he's allowed 3 or more runs in 9 of his last 11 starts. So, yes, I would play San Diego first 5 run line in this one. I know we're leaving out their top-rated bullpen, but Pivetta over Buehler is the big edge in this series opener. The Red Sox bullpen's not all that bad, so it's top 5. So let's go Pivetta over Buehler. Padres should have a lead after 5 in this one. Number 5, Blue Jays, Dodgers, 10-10 Eastern. 2 division leaders trending in opposite directions. The Blue Jays just absolutely annihilated the Rockies, outscoring them 45-6 in that 3-game series. Now, the Dodgers are clearly a far cry from the Rockies. We all understand that, but LA has been downright pedestrian since the All-Star break. They're leading the NL West down to just 2 games over the Padres. I expect runs to be scored in this game tonight. Remember, the Dodgers do average a MLB best 5.76 runs per game at home. You got 2 old guys on the mound for this series opener, Max Scherzer and Clayton Kershaw. If it was 2018, the total for this game might be 6.5, but it's 2025, and that number is 9. I'm going over. The Blue Jays bats have been hot. Nobody has a better batting average or WRC plus since June 1st. And again, the Dodgers are the top scoring home team in all of baseball. All right, recap time here on the program. Let's go through these 5 plays one more time for you. Number 1, I like the Astros team total under 3.5 against the Yankees. Number 2, Phillies Rangers under 7.5. Number 3, Twins first 5 run line. Lay that half a run against the Royals. I like Ryan a lot more than I like Lugo. Number 4, Padres first 5 run line. Like Pivetta a lot more than I like Buehler. And then number 5, Blue Jays Dodgers over 9 in the nightcap. Go ahead and comment down below with your thoughts on those plays. If there is another game that I didn't hit on and you want to ask about it, feel free. Fire away a question down in the comment section below, or simply just let us know what you are betting on Friday. Always enjoy seeing that. Then what you want to do after you're done commenting is head on over to wt.buzz/BP. Click the link in the description below. Already mentioned at the top of the show, I have 3 premium plays for tonight. 2 of them are in MLB, games not discussed here on the Power 5, plus my very first official NFL preseason release. Yes, let's get a little NFL preseason going. You can get all 3 plays right now on my page for just $29. Or while you're there, take advantage of this special offer. Yes, we've been talking about it all week. 30-day all access, just $199. That is every play that I release for 30 days for just $199, an instant $100 savings. No coupon code is needed. This isn't just Major League Baseball, guys. It includes the start of college football. Of course, I'll be hosting WagerTalk's new college football show, The Blitz, live every Thursday starting August 21st. And it will also include for you the NFL preseason. Like I said, first play tonight. Also, the start of the soccer season. Europe getting going next week, La Liga and the Premier League, followed by the Bundesliga and Serie A the following week. I am number 1 in soccer at WagerTalk, most profitable soccer handicapper since April of 2024. That is in addition to not having a single losing record in any month in 2025, being up 65.4 units overall since May 24th, a 69, 48-1 all sports runs. Seeing it well. Let's keep it going, guys. Get on board at wt.buzz/BP. That is going to do it for this edition of the Power 5. I really hope you enjoyed it. Smash that like button if you did. Don't forget, click subscribe. Click subscribe. That little bell down below. Instantly, that will ensure that you're instantly alerted every time a new edition of the Power 5 drops. I'll be back tomorrow, of course, with another one. Until then, let's cash some tickets.
Welcome into Drew's Daily Diamonds for Friday, August 8th, 2025, the weekend starter. 3 MLB bets coming your way, 2 underdogs, 1 favorite. Let me know in the comments below where you agree, where you disagree. All is welcome. Your picks for today in any sport, any analysis that helps grow the show in the YouTube comments below. Smash that like button if you're liking the content. As we got first game up, heading to the Windy City, game 1 of 3 between the Cleveland Guardians and the Chicago White Sox. AL Central matchup here with Savali on the hill for the Sox. We get Tanner Bybee going for Cleveland. -150. That is the Guardians as the road favorite. 8 and a hook being the total. Cleveland's coming in playing some pretty good baseball overall. You got to give it to them. They've just won 3 straight, 5 of their last 6. They got Bybee on the hill, the 26-year-old out of Cal State Fullerton. Decent numbers overall. I mean, he's 7-9, 4.5 ERA. I wanted to talk about this one because of the White Sox starter. You know, sometimes these White Sox players get a little bit under the radar, if you will, just because, you know, it's a 42-72 team, 30 games under 500. But Savali has not been the reason why. The 30-year-old is just 3-6, so to some part for the full season, yes. But what have you done for me recently? His last three starts, he's given up 0 earned runs and only 7 hits his last 18 innings. So he's riding a really hot right hand here. Now, Cleveland does have the bullpen edge, so I want to cut it down to the first 5. But with the White Sox at plus 135 here for the full game, we get a nice plus price on the first 5. It is the White Sox over Cleveland to lead us off at home. The home dog barking there. We got next one up, 9:40 Eastern, 6:40 local time. We are heading to Southern California, actually, for the next 2 games. This one being the San Diego Padres hosting the Boston Red Sox. Cocktail Fest night in Petco. Should be a fun one here. Both teams off yesterday, so this is game 1 of the 3-game set here. And it's Walker Buehler for the Red Sox. Nick Pivetta going for the Padres. Battle of second-place teams. Total of 8, minus 170. That is the Padres as the home favorite. Now, the price does look kind of high on the Padres when you just glance at it, but there are some pretty good reasons why. First off, schedule spot-wise, Boston is going from Boston to San Diego for this. They did get a day off. But also another reason here, Walker Buehler, the 31-year-old out of Vanderbilt, he has been absolutely terrible. 13 hits with 4 strikeouts, 8 walks his last 2 starts. He hasn't lasted out of the 4th inning yet in those 2. So he has been knocked around. He's going up against the Padres lineup here that's been hitting the ball pretty well, top 10 over the last week by weighted runs created plus. So some hot bats here for the Pods. And they got Nick Pivetta on the hill. If you've been watching the show, this has been a guy, he's been one of our golden gooses. We've been betting Pivetta pretty much every time he goes out. 11-3 since the end of June. He's pitched 44 innings, only 22 hits given up. So only a hit every 2 innings. Some guys give up a hit an inning. 1 flat ERA. His last 4 home starts, only 1 earned run combined. So that's 3 shutouts in the innings that he's pitching and only 1 earned run the last 4 times pitching in Petco. They got the bullpen edge as well. Now, again, back to how I teed it up, minus 170 is a little bit pricey. So we want to cut that down to the -1 line with the Padres being at home. Padres -1 over the Red Sox. We got 1 game left, guys. It will be the Toronto Blue Jays in the LA Dodgers. But a reminder, if you could comment below, anything more than welcome, where you're watching from, what you're looking to bet, what teams you like coming down the stretch. That all works, guys. In the comments below, smash that like button if you're liking the content. If you're interested in premium picks, check them out, WagerTalk.com, experts page, Drew Martin. Do have the recap over the last 2 days. No Thursday results as one of the games is still going on, so I'll leave Thursday recap out of it. But over the Tuesday and Wednesday, we did have a down day on Tuesday, 1-2, but we came back with the 3-0 on Wednesday. So overall, Tuesday and Wednesday, 4-2 plus 2.68 units. And yeah, that's 6.8 units on the 2 is because some dogs were cashing as well. Brings the overall record for Drew's Daily Diamond, 184, 146. That's 56% winners plus 34.68 units. So $100 better up over $3,000 betting every single game over the course of the MLB season. So it's been a heck of a run. And let's get to the nightcap here, guys. We got 10:10 Eastern, 7:10 local time, game 1 of 3. It's the Toronto Blue Jays, LA Dodgers. Big matchup here between first place teams. It's also a battle of likely future Hall of Famers and Max Scherzer and Clayton Kershaw. Scherzer for the Blue Jays, Kershaw here for the Dodgers. Dodgers -155, total of 9. So this is a fun one to handicap here. A good game, fun to watch as a fan as well. Be a fun one to go to in Southern California. It's also Kobe Bryant bobblehead night. And I'm actually looking to be on the Jays here, guys. I mean, 20 games over 500, They're off of a 3-game sweep of Colorado where they scored 45 runs in the 3 games. So some hot bats here for the Blue Jays. They are the number 1 hottest lineup in baseball over the last week. They're up against the Dodgers here. Look, good team overall, obviously. First place in the NL West. Bullpen's been a little bit shaky, though. So if this is tight going into the later innings, I give a pretty sizable edge here to the Jays. Kershaw and Scherzer, again, both likely Hall of Fame inductees, and both have solid numbers. You know, Scherzer's been doing it a little bit more of a sample size, Kershaw has been doing it a little bit more of a sample size this season. But Scherzer, since coming off the IL, he has been pretty solid. So 2 guys, you know, getting up there in age, but still pitching pretty well. Bullpen edge towards Toronto, hot bats as well. And really it comes down to price. Plus 135, risk 100 to win 135. And one of the best teams in baseball, the Toronto Blue Jays. We're on the Jays over the Dodgers to end Friday night action. In recap, we got the Padres -1 over the Red Sox, and we got the White Sox barking early in the first 5 over Cleveland. Guys, thanks for tuning in. That does it for the Friday show. We'll be back early tomorrow. Come back and join us. Smash that like button, comment below, cash those tickets. Enjoy the rest of your Friday.
Pete Carroll returns to Seattle on Thursday night. Does he get the win? I'll tell you next here on WagerTalk TV. Hey guys, Marco D'Angelo here. We're going to break down the Las Vegas Raiders against the Seattle Seahawks. But before I get to that, a couple things got to go over with you real quick. Hey, if you like the videos that we bring you every day, do us a favor. Hit the thumbs up. Give us that like. It really helps out the channel, and it makes us bring you these videos for free. Also, if you're not a subscriber to the channel, do so now. It's free, and it'll let you know every time there's a new video available, so you never miss a free winner from any of the cappers here at WagerTalk. And speaking of those cappers at WagerTalk, if you want a special offer, check out a 3-day flex package over at WagerTalk. It's just $48. Special 30% off right now. You can get a 3-day flex package for just $48. What's a flex package? Well, it lets you decide who you want that day. You can pick any handicapper you want, get their plays that day. You want to take me? Hey, that would be a wise investment. Last year, I was the number 2 football handicapper at WagerTalk, college and NFL combined. We made our clients over 60 units last year. You want me one day? You take me. You want somebody else the next day? You have the flexibility with a flex package. Check it out right now over at WagerTalk. 3 days, just $48. All right, let's get to why you're here, and that is the Las Vegas Raiders and the Seattle Seahawks. Now, obviously, the Pete Carroll era begins in Vegas Thursday night as he returns to face his former team. Now, Carroll has said that he is going to be playing his starters. The question is, we just don't know how long. We've seen this line because he said he's playing his starters, and Seattle has said they're not playing any starters. We've seen the line go from Seattle -1.5 to the Raiders -4.5. That is a big jump on the line for a preseason game. When Carroll was the coach at Seattle, when he first took over Seattle, he was a great preseason coach. He put an emphasis on winning. But later in his career, his philosophy kind of changed, and he wasn't a good bet in preseason. Will he want to go back to his old ways and try to establish a winning culture in Vegas? Definitely, I know he wants to do that, but that doesn't necessarily mean he is going to win and cover. Defensively, the Raiders are still a work in progress. And here is where my concern is with this game. Yes, the Raiders are starting a new era, and you've got a new offensive coordinator. You've got Geno Smith as the quarterback. I don't expect him to play a lot tonight. Then you'll get Aiden O'Connell after that, who was a starter off and on for the Raiders. Here's the problem where I see this game going is when we get into the second half and we're looking at the backups. The first unit or first half, I should say, I think the Raiders do have a decisive edge, but that edge is not big in the second half. In fact, that edge, I think, favors Seattle. And why I say that is They're not playing Sam Darnold. That means Jalen Milroe will get significant snaps in this game on Thursday. He's a mobile quarterback. He's an unknown commodity. One of the problems in preseason football when you're playing with the backups on defense is when a play breaks down and you have a mobile quarterback, they can take off and run for a big play, make the score. They are hard to defend. And I think you're going to see a lot of that in this game with Milroe. Also, the other quarterback that you're going to see a lot of action on Thursday for Seattle is Drew Lock. Here's a backup quarterback that's been a starter in the NFL. How often do you see these guys excel in preseason when they get in against the third and fourth units? That's what I see happening in this game. I think this line is too high for the 4.5. Yeah, Vegas is going to probably want to win this game, but Seattle's not going to just roll over and play dead. And I think they've got a decisive edge late in this game that gets them the cover. I see this game as a field goal either way, 4.5, too many points. We're going to go ahead and take Seattle. Plus the 4.5 is they win the battle of the backups. Take Seattle plus 4.5. Good luck on Thursday night with whoever you wager, and be sure to check out all the videos at WagerTalk.com. Talk to you next time.
Welcome to WagerTalk TV. Kelly Stewart here with Marco D'Angelo and Teddy Covers of WagerTalk.com. And we're talking about common mistakes sports bettors make. Marco, what is the number one mistake that sports bettors make?
Overreaction to one game. Okay, you see something, you watch a game, and we all love watching the games and betting on them, but don't believe that what you just saw is gospel. Remember this quote. I use it on Bet On It all the time. No team is as good as their best game, nor are they as bad as their worst game. And too often, you see somebody get blown out on a Monday night football game. What are you doing the next week? You're betting the team that won, and you're going against the team that lost. There's no value there. That's my first tip.
Teddy, you have a show called The Opening Line Report on Wager Talk, and you guys talk about what we saw. What did sports bettors learn was also a segment on Wager Talk today. Tell me how much that actually should go into your handicap, or should it not go in there at all?
Well, you certainly want to be aware of teams that are playing better and teams that are playing worse, and in general, I'm looking to ride streaks as opposed to jump in front of them. Not so much in the NFL, though. I mean, the NFL is a different animal, and different sports are different animals in that way, because the NFL is so public. Everything that happens gets captured in the attention of the betting populace quickly, whereas in a sport like baseball or basketball, someone play good one game, maybe they'll play good for another month before anyone, the betting markets start to notice. So, I mean, literally, you can go for weeks on end before the betting markets adjust. That's not the case when it comes to football and one game a week. So you'll often see people overreact far too much to a single good or two good performances in a row, especially when you see, they won twice in a row, they killed them twice in a row. That third week, maybe not so much.
All right, give me your number one mistake that sports bettors make.
The single biggest mistake sports bettors make is not having enough outs or sports books to bet at. And I see this people all across the country where they have 12 legal sports books in this state, and 8 in this state, and 7 in that state. You need to have an account with each and every one of those books, and that account needs to be funded. I moved to Las Vegas specifically because, guess what? I can bet here, I can bet there, I can bet there, and they all have different numbers. People say, how do I... This is the key to stopping losing bets by a half a point and starting winning bets by a half a point without buying points. This book's got 6, that book's got 6.5. Oh, later in the week, that book's got 7.5. You can find that variance from book to book. And all you got to do over a course of 100 wagers, turn 2 losses into pushes, turn 2 pushes into wins. You'll be stunned at what that does long-term to your bankroll and your winning percentage. And that's what having outs means.
That's funny because when I first moved here, I worked for a little company called Don Best, and you had to pay a lot of money to get that information. Or your option was to go sportsbook to sportsbook to sportsbook. Sure.
And look, the WagerTalk's got a great product, the Odds Logic Live Odds screen. It's fantastic. Get a free 7-day trial right now, oddslogic.com/Teddy, and you'll see what we're talking about. But Yeah, I got it in. Yeah, but it's a good product. I have no problem. I like promoting it because it gives you in real time all of these sports books and the current numbers, and you see stuff. Hey, the market's starting to move. I better make this bet right now. Oh, the market's moved this way already. I can wait till later in the week to do this. And oh, this book's got a 6. This book's got a 6.5. This book's got a 7. If I'm laying, I'll find the book and lay with the 6. If I'm taking, I'll take the book with the 7. And you don't have to open up every app. It's all right there in one place. It's a really valuable tool having a live odds screen. Again, oddslogic.com/Teddy. Free 7-day trial.
Kelly, another thing to do, obviously the outs, but also the VIG. Different books offer different VIGs. And right here at the Westgate where we're filming today, they have a lot of times reduced juice. It's a course of a season, you save 2 cents, $2 on every $100 wagered. That's going to add up on course for losses. But here's a homework assignment. We talked about those half points. Next football season, sit down, get a ledger. Every game that you lost by a half a point, write it down and see how many there are at the end of the season and how that would have changed your season if you pushed that half-point loss.
Sure. And we talk about the half points. There are times throughout the course, one common mistake bettors make, they'll only bet at one time. All right, kickoff's coming in an hour, we better make our bets right now. The savvy bettor is going to make bets Sunday night, Monday morning. That's what the WagerTalk NFL opening line report is all about. What are good bets Monday morning to make? Where's the line going to move? So a better bettor, or one of the mistakes that many beginning bettors make, is I'm only betting at this specific time. If you want to do this at a higher level, at a professional level, you have to be ready to fire away from the minute the lines come out, basically until the minute they close.
That goes back to an earlier video about Bankroll. And the reason some players don't do what you're saying, the correct thing is they don't have the bankroll to bet a game on Monday and have their money tied up till Saturday or Sunday. They want their money so that they can bet the Monday game, the Tuesday games, the Wednesday games, the Thursday games, and they're going day by day. Again, treat it like a business.
Yeah, listen, we know NFL, you don't want to be betting the closing number, generally, right?
Well, if you're playing contrarian, you do.
Well, this is what Teddy's reading my mind over here. But what I've seen more consistently as of late, here in Vegas, they have house players. Somebody comes over from the casino, wants to bet $500,000 2 hours before kickoff. Sportsbooks are getting called from the casino manager saying you got to take this bet. They lost $1 million on the blackjack table last night. And then things start to really change. So you're right, Teddy. Marco, you said this as well. Most of my bets are in before we start bet on it, the show on Wednesday. So Wednesday, let's call it noon Eastern. But sometimes, and as we've started to see the shift with more people getting involved in the marketplace, that's no longer the case. Can you kind of touch on that just to kind of put a bow tie on the line chopping?
Well, sure. So when you talk about what numbers are available, and Mark, you talked about write down every game that you lost by a half point all year. You'll often consistently see lines move a point, 2 points, even 3 points without an injury, just based on how the money has come in. And of course, those opening numbers that come in are often, this book will hang a 2, that book will hang a 6, and the market will decide which book is right. And usually they tend to come together. So I don't know if that answered that put a bow on it at all, Kelly, but that's the point I was trying to make. Marco will put a bow on it.
I think Marco can, but I do think this, Marco, because there are thresholds of where I'm looking, right? Let's use college football. I'm looking for underdogs, outright underdog winners. A team may be 4.5, and I'm just like, I'm not really that interested. I do like them. I do think they have a shot to win, but I'm looking for that touchdown underdog. Come Friday night, come Saturday morning, they may be a 6.5-point underdog. The market loves them, and I say, all right, I said if it hits 6, I'm betting this game, and then I get involved. Where it used to kind of be the other way, where I'd get that 6.5 on a Tuesday, and they'd close 4.5 and then get blown out. It's kind of been a weird shift.
Kelly, another tip for bettors, we talk about getting the different books. We use the phrase square and sharp. There's square and sharp books as well. And here in Vegas, and I'm not going to call out any particular ones.
Why not? Tell them where the square books are, because they want to know when they go on their odds logic screen who's sharp and who's square.
Let me tell you that it's the ones that cater to the locals Okay, those are what I like to refer
Stations, coast, formerly known as William Hill.
Oh, yeah. Those are, remember Bodog back in the day?
Yeah.
Okay, that was a very recreational sports book. If I'm betting an underdog, I was finding my best number there all the time because the average sports bettor, the squares, gravitate to overs and to favorites. You're generally going to find your best numbers at those kind of books. Now, if you're betting underdogs, you're going to have better luck, or underdogs there. If you're betting favorites, you'll have better luck at the sharper
I'm going to say this. One of the things I've noticed now that it's become a nationwide thing, I live in the state of Florida now, we only have one sports book. Do you remember who I bet against last year a lot in college football? Mario Cristobal. And you know where I bet every single week?
Yeah.
At the Hard Rock. Because everybody is going to bet on Florida. They're going to bet on Florida State, and they're going to bet on Miami. And I got the best number, whether I was taking Cal, whether I was taking Virginia Tech, any of those teams, I got the best number in the state of Florida. And that doesn't happen all the time. So maybe check out your local. You live in Tennessee. You live in Illinois. You live in some of these other states. And you want to bet against the hometown, home state team. You may get a half-point better than you would versus your local.
Yeah, and of course you talked about the different times of the week. You know, bet this on Sunday, bet this on Tuesday, bet this the hour before kickoff. It all, you know, people throw out. I've seen some horrible betting advice. People are like, oh well, you can't bet the day of the game.
Why?
Yes, you can. Or oh, you can't. You know, or all your bets should be in already. It's like I talk about strike price. All right, and this is a key concept for mistakes that bettors make. Is all right. I like this side, but I'm not laying a touchdown. I'm only going to at -6. That's my strike price. And if I don't see a 6, I don't bet it. If I see a 6, boom, there's your bet immediately. Whether that 6 comes on a Sunday, a Tuesday, a Thursday, a Friday, an hour before kickoff, whenever it is, having a strike price in mind is a key component to knowing, yeah, I want to make my bet now. Yeah, let's hold off and wait till later.
All right, Marco, last mistake that you think we need to do on this video. What is a huge mistake that these guys, I mean, I know there's a ton of them, but give me something else that you think bettors make that is a very common mistake.
I just think they make too many parlays. Okay?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Okay, let's talk about it.
Well, because they've made...
What percentage? Okay, so I do one parlay. We're going to use me as an example. I bet a lot of college underdogs. One parlay a week. I pick 3 underdogs to win outright. It has to pay like 35, 40 or better to 1. It's a fun little parlay. It is 0.5% of my bankroll.
And if you win one, you made a prop for the year.
Yes.
Exactly. Because the legalized sports books, the FanDuels, you know, the DraftKings, they tweet out every time somebody hits a $5 lottery ticket. So everybody thinks that is the way to go. They want to do that. Little money to win big money.
Of course.
Do you know how many parlays they've cashed prior to paying out that one that paid $150,000? Okay? All those add up. You're not going to get rich doing that. It's a grind. You know, what's the cliche? It's not a sprint, it's a marathon.
Sure.
There's a reason.
And know this, books make more money off of parlay bets than any other type of wager. There's a reason that they're not promoting straight bets the same way.
There we go. Common mistakes that hopefully you guys will never make again. Thank you to Marco. Thank you to Teddy. And thank you to all of you guys for hanging out with us here on an episode of WagerTalk TV. If you guys want to check out some other videos, hit that subscribe button so you never miss another one. Welcome to WagerTalk TV. Kelly Stewart here with Teddy Covers and Marco D'Angelo of WagerTalk.com. Today we're going all things bankroll management. Why? Because we believe here at WagerTalk that is the most important key to your success as a sports bettor. Teddy, I'm going to go to you first. Bankroll management is so key. It is going to make or break someone. Can you kind of explain one step backwards why it is so important?
So it's not going to make someone, it's only going to break someone. You know, I mean, the issue that most bettors have is they overestimate their winning percentages and they overestimate the chances of them going on a negative run. And the truth is, you know, I've been doing this since the 90s. Marco, you've been doing this since the 80s. We've all had good years, we all have bad years. But more than that, You have good weeks, you have bad weeks. And over the course of time, you expect to have more good weeks than bad weeks. But inevitably, the best handicappers in the world are going to go through negative stretches. So the biggest issue that people face when they're overestimating how many wins they're going to get or what the chances of them having a slump are, that they burn their bankroll during any slump. And I did it when I was a beginning bettor. I'm confident you did it when you were beginning bettor. I remember double or nothing through the whole NBA playoffs. And Reggie Miller game, I had a double or nothing on a bet on the Knicks. Ha, ha, ha. I'm laughing with my bookie on the couch. And then true story. And that was a double or nothing. It was the biggest bet I ever made in my life at that time. Because I'd been getting my ass kicked at double or nothing and double or nothing. Once you build a bankroll, you can't do that stuff anymore. And you're talking about relatively small percentages. If you have no bankroll, I'm not going to tell anyone that isn't a bankroll, oh, you can't bet more than 3% of your, if you have $100 to bet, you're not making a $3 bet. You're making a $10 bet or a $15 bet or a $20 bet. But as your bankroll increases, you can't do that. Your percentage of bankroll has to be small, and that means money management.
Yeah, Marco, let's talk about that, because Teddy's speaking to, I'm guessing, guys that are betting nickels and dimes and looking for the long game here, right? We always talk about that at Wager Talk. This is for the long haul. We're not talking to the guys betting $5 parlays, those ones you see on, DraftKings, or those crazy FanDuel slips with the egregious cash outs. That's a whole nother video. These are the guys that are wanting to do this, maybe not for a living, but as a really great part-time hobby, and assure that their wife is not going to kill them for blowing through, $20,000, $30,000 in a year.
Well, if you want this as a side hustle, so to speak, yes, but you got to treat it like a business. That's the very first thing that you got to do. And if you were starting a business, you would have to have capital to start a business, right? So that is your bankroll, your capital. You take that and you have to protect that. And by protecting that, for me personally, and yes, I'll agree with you, you learn the hard way. You learn from your mistakes and what you do. For me, I'm on a conservative nature. I will never have on any single day more than 10% of my bankroll in play. And I'm talking when I'm on a Saturday in college football or college basketball when you have a monster slate. I minimize what my plays are because that also minimizes your risk. And it's step and repeat every day. You're going to have losing days. You have to be able to accept the fact that a losing day is the cost of doing business, and you don't try to chase. That's the mistake that most people make. If you ask me one mistake that people make the most, you have a guy that maybe, let's say he's a $100 player. He bets the Thursday night game. He loses. All right, Friday night there's another game. He makes another $100 bet. Saturday he might make 4 plays, goes 2-2. Sunday he goes 1-2. Now he's down 300 plus juice going into Monday night. All of a sudden, that guy is not a $100 bettor.
Double or nothing.
Yeah, he's betting 400 because he wants to show a profit for the week. And that's how you take a losing week into a disastrous week. Those are the mistakes that people make, and especially if you're betting at credit shops versus here. And that's why I always said, remember the debate when everybody was trying to legalize sports betting in a different state? You're going to ruin families. That was the best thing because there was always bookies. There was always a guy on the corner.
There were always going to be bookies.
Okay.
And they'll take bets on credit.
Right.
Versus actually having to put the cash out.
Yeah. You can't lose more than you have in a legal sports book.
Correct.
Nobody's giving you credit. You got to take the money to the window.
And Marco, you said the single most important statement, and I want to re-emphasize that. If you want to do this successfully long-term as a business, you have to treat it like a business. If you treat it like a casual hobby, you'll get those type of results. If you actually want to say, I'm going to make money long-term betting on sports, you're not risking huge percentage of your bankroll in any given wager, and you're taking it as a professional approach and not I'm down 400, let's bet 600. Exactly. Yeah. Which again, we've all done. I did it. I'm confident we've all done it as beginning bettors. But if you last in this business, or you last even as a casual bettor, if you're going to last more than a year or two, bankroll management is the most important skill you can have, because that way you don't blow it when you have a bad day or a bad week, or inevitably you're going to have a bad month. And that matters.
To elaborate, you could actually pick more winners than losers, but if you're somebody that's tying everything up into parlays, you're going to be a loser.
Sure, and especially, you win this bet, you win this bet, you win that bet. Oh, I'm really good. I'm going to bet 5 times my normal amount. That's the one you lose. Oh, I just went. I hit 78% this weekend and lost money. That's what we try to avoid.
I'll say this, give a little shameless plug to my friends over at Pickett. Ever since I attached my legal sportsbooks to my Pickett account, I have realized, hey, maybe college football totals are not your thing. Maybe even if you get good information, maybe you should not bet them. Going 1-8, that kind of killed me on a year that I went 74-72 in college football. I mean, I didn't make money last year in college football. I had a couple of nice outright underdogs, but it was a rough year for me. But holding yourself accountable on some of these apps that you can attach to your legal sports books are a really great way to look at it. If not, go old school. Put them in a spreadsheet. That's what I did for years. You can kind of start to see, oh, wait, maybe player props isn't my forte. Maybe if I didn't bet those, my college football or college basketball season would have went a little bit different.
And that's a really key point. People think money management. If you recognize what your best sports are and what your best wagers in those sports are, you can make appropriately sized wagers and still be in action on other stuff as you try to improve that skill, but for a lower bankroll amount.
Oh, trust me, Teddy, if the PLL, they would let me bet more than $250 a game, we would just probably never bet college football ever again. All jokes aside, Marco D'Angelo, WagerTalk.com. You guys can check him out on Bet On It every week. Teddy covers WagerTalk.com. You can check him out Monday mornings on the Opening Line Report. If you guys are interested in any of our other videos, stick around. We got another one coming right up.
This is Wager Talk Today, and yesterday's segment on dildos and sports betting, and damn it, the prop hit again last night. So shout out to Dave Mason, shout out to everyone at the Wager Talk fam for cashing in on dildo talk. All right, we got Gianni coming on. He's going to do the Steam report. Teddy covers. We're going to talk NFL preseason. He's on fire. He cashed again. We are also in the presence of greatness. Dan has hit 100% of his NFL preseason bets, and Ronald Kabang is going to join us to talk Liberty versus the Wings in WNBA. We cashed again in WNBA last night. Andrew Babakidis is going to join us to talk UFC. Let's get started, guys. Let's get started. Gianni, get in here. We got to talk the Steam report. Missed you yesterday. So good to have you back. Listen, sometimes you make a good bet, the line moves in your favor, and then all of a sudden the team loses outright. NFL preseason. Geez, what do we make of what happened last night in NFL preseason? Because the lines moved in a couple of the games, and then the bets just don't come through. What are we looking at here today?
Only thing you could do is place good bets. You can't control the outcome. You have zero control. The only thing that we as bettors can do is place good bets. Put our money down when we're getting the best of it. And the best way to determine that with very little argument is if the ticket in your pocket is at a much better number than what the game closes at. You can't guarantee yourself cashing that ticket. But if you're able to do that over and over again, you are a mathematical certainty to be profitable, to be in that 0.5% that actually makes money betting sports, because you've proven to be able to get out ahead of the market. If you're laying -1 on Cincinnati, like I did yesterday, and the game goes off at 6.5, I can't control if they're going to go out there and the ref blows a call if they fumble the ball for a 99-yard return.
Yes.
Like all the random stuff that happens over a 60-minute game when you have that many moving pieces. There's 50 plus human beings on both sides of an NFL field. So you have over 100 moving pieces that you have to determine how they're going to react during that hour of that day. Like, that's very hard to do. We're not psychics, but as sports bettors, we can find inefficient lines, and the market proves whether we were good at that by where the line closes. So if we're able to do that over and over again, we will be profitable. But again, having CLV doesn't guarantee you a winning bet. It guarantees you placed a good bet. And if you're only betting today, then none of that matters. If you're only placing one bet in your life, the only thing that matters is cashing that bet. Closing line value doesn't matter. Nothing matters except cashing that bet. But if you're going to bet again tomorrow and the next day and the year after that, then rest assured what ultimately matters is whether you placed good bets or not. Perfect example, I'll dive right in. Tonight in the NFL, I'll tell you what I already gave out. I gave my subscribers New England -2, okay? New England's -6.5 right now. I can't place a better bet than that. It's probably going to go to 7. So we're going through the key numbers right there, very key numbers in preseason, especially when you're looking at a total that isn't above 40. Like, my job's done now. They have to go out there and do theirs. I can't do that part for them, but I can control what bets I place. Just like I'll give you the other one, Cleveland, Carolina. We went under 34.5, under 34. It's now 33. Again, if it goes off at 32.5, 32, I'll be very confident I placed a good bet. But again, that doesn't assure me winning tonight. It assures me if I'm able to repeat that over and over again, I will have a great NFL season. So far, so good. So let me give you that NFL steam real quickly. New England -2, under 34. I gave you that all the way down to 33, actually, in the Cleveland, Carolina. One-sided public tonight, though. The public's taking the 6.5 with Cleveland, like they did with the Eagles yesterday. They're laying the 3.5 with Detroit, and they're taking the 6.5 in Washington. So the recreational bettors are doing what they're supposed to do. They're not chasing steam. And that's why yesterday, those that took the Eagles, that was the right move, because at that point, you only had one decision to make. Are the Eagles at +6, 6.5, whatever it was? I was at the UFC, so I didn't see the closing line. Was that a good bet? Obviously, it proved to be. But same thing today with New England. The only question, if you're going to be betting football tonight, and you're looking at New England, the only question you have is Washington plus 6.5 a good bet? Because there's no way that New England minus 6 or 6.5 is a good bet. You could have got 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5, 5. Like, what were you waiting for? So obviously New England's out of the picture. Like, that's gone. That train's left the station. So it makes it easier because now you got to conclude, is Washington a good bet? Is Atlanta a good bet? Like, how can you take Detroit now? You had him at -1. You had him at -1.5, at -2. Why would you lay 3.5 through that key number today? So at least the big line movements help you as a handicapper. If you didn't get down early, kind of gives you only one option. And you need to determine whether that significant line move now offers value the other way. Because again, sharp sides tonight, New England, under Cleveland, Carolina, public heavy opposite. They're on Cleveland, they're on Detroit, and they're on Washington. Real quickly, if you want to go over Saturday, because I have some Saturday steam.
Yep, let's do that.
I gave out Tennessee at -2. That's up to 3.5. Gave out Kansas City at -1. They're up to -3. Gave out over 33, Miami, Chicago. That's 35.5. And we gave out under 37, New Orleans, LA Chargers. That's 36.5. Not a big move there. But we got good numbers on all of those. Hopefully when the dust settles, we end up turning a profit. But again, you don't try not to draw conclusions off one game, 1 week, even one preseason of football. It's a long season. There will be a lot of bets made. So please don't think because yesterday Cincinnati moved 6 points and lost that CLV doesn't matter. Because during the rest of the NFL season, try to get yourself some CLV. You'll do just fine.
Yeah. The other interesting thing, and man, look at these final scores. 24-16, 34-27, 23-23. They are not going over. They are obliterating the over. Are there adjustments to make in the totals for NFL preseason right now?
I think so, because you're seeing higher numbers and it's still, like you said, going over. I remember a time, Andy, you would see 33 would be the high. You know what I mean? Like every preseason total, especially early on, pre-week 3, where it's the more or less where their dress rehearsal, you're looking at real low totals, all below 35. Like to see 37s, 38s just didn't happen. So you're seeing the market become more efficient with the preseason totals, but I still think it's the changed game. Like, we're seeing points. There was a time where you saw 50, 51 in the NFL, you went automatically under. Now you see 55s, 57s. It's not as rare, but a lot of it has to do with all the rule changes, protecting the quarterback. They want points. They want the way they create the rules is how they're pushing the game. Where they think
you touch a wide receiver, it's a penalty, automatic first down.
Exactly, because we want to see points. People want to see points. They want fantasy points too. Listen, believe it or not, the NFL, they're thinking along these lines. They have to be. Look at every commercial sponsored by a sports book now. If they're not considering the sports betting side of it, we'd be lying to ourselves.
Yeah. Never forget Tony Romo once got in trouble for wanting to be at a fantasy football seminar in Las Vegas.
That's awesome.
My, how times have changed.
That's awesome.
It's funny. Let's take a look at Steam Report. If you got anything in WNBA, you got anything for MLB?
Nothing in WNBA. I have 1-4% best bet. I'm doing really good in WNBA. I've been very, very selective. I've given only 4. This will be the 40th WNBA bet. 67% on them, over 30 plus units of profit, 29% ROI. So they don't come along often, but when they do, and they're confirmed when multiple groups hit the same side, I feel very good. We only have one of those tonight. It's up at WagerTalk.com. If you're interested, you can check out on my page. The only other thing I can tell you about the WNBA is that, where was that Seattle side?
Seattle's, I see movement on the total. Let's see a little movement on the side with Vegas and Seattle.
Yeah, and they're on, the public money is so far, at least, on Vegas and the under. And the move seems to be going opposite that, right? From what I can tell. Oh, no, Vegas is up to 1.5, 2. So the public's on Vegas and they're on the under, but I'm seeing the total climb. So you have a difference in opinion there. as far as the over and the under goes. Everything else is just baseball. Again, it's a little early, but we do have some baseball. You want to get into that real quickly?
Yeah, let's do baseball real quick.
All right, here's what they bet already. Some overnights and early this morning. 9:03 Miami, -110, -120. No surprise, fading the Atlanta Braves. I think everybody's doing that right now. 9:08 St. Louis, +135. 9:14 Yankees, +105. Yankees even money. And what sticks out with that the most is public money one-sided opposite the Yankees. They are fading the Yankees today. That's what the public's doing. Guys disagree. Under 8.5 Cleveland White Sox, game 919, game 922, over 8 up to -130. KC Minnesota, also opposite public money, which seems to be betting that one under. And finally, Tampa Bay down to +115, another opposite public side. So Yankees, Tampa Bay, and the over in KC Minnesota are opposite what I'm seeing in the counts from recreational bettors. The most one-sided bets today in baseball that are really sticking out: Cincinnati, Miami, Milwaukee, Cubs, Oakland, KC, Seattle, and Toronto. And more importantly, Cincy, Oakland, KC, and Toronto all opened as betting underdogs. That's always a red flag for me in those money line sports. When I see heavy money on a dog, it makes me pay a little bit of attention, because we know the bias of most recreational bettors are towards favorites and the over, especially when you're talking money lines. Like, they'll lay -17 on a college football game comfortably, but they rather, they're comfortable laying -200 favorites in Major League Baseball. When they're taking the dogs, though, you got to pay attention. And those are Oakland, KC, Toronto, 3 dogs that they're still betting, and Cincinnati, they flipped it. They were the dog. Now they're the favorite. Justin, thank you, brother. Sometimes you just got to bring it. I wasn't here yesterday, so I said I got to bring everything today.
Santa's bag. I see nothing in UFC of note. I don't know if you have seen anything, Gianni. On Friday, I always want to get your thoughts on UFC. If you see anything, I really don't have a whole lot.
I taped 2 shows yesterday, and luckily I'm around people that are sharing their own opinions, guys whose opinions I respect. And here's what I can tell you. A couple dogs that stick out that sharp bettors are on, Angela Hill and Andre Fili. If you're piggybacking sharp sides in MMA, I think those 2 dogs, you get a split, you'll turn profit. For whatever reason, multiple guys that I respect are on both those dogs, the Angela Hill side and the Andre Fili side. And real quickly, I gave out video. You can check it out at my Instagram or TikTok, whatever. I gave out main event, co-main event out there too. So always make sure you check that out. And at WagerTalk, I'll put up some free premium play if I get some volume today for you guys.
Yeah, have fun betting on Andre Fili. Have fun when he makes 37 mistakes, sticks his neck where it shouldn't be, doesn't capitalize. Whatever.
Against someone like C-Rod, who's just so workmanlike. Yeah.
Methodical, just push up against stuff. He's begging for you to make a mistake, and he gets the dream matchup against the guy that makes a mistake every time. Gianni, happy Friday. What do you have up for everyone at WagerTalk?
All right. Obviously, the Saturday and Sunday packages are up for preseason football. More stuff will be added in there. As you see late, we get some of those team totals, some of those first half stuff. NFL college football season packages up there. As far as futures go, I'll have the baseball up. The 4% WNBA best bet, one isolated play, is already up. And Steam Rooms at 10 o'clock Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. We'll be digging deep, preparing for what's ahead. A lot of football coming up, so excited about that. And next Wednesday, I'll be taping Bet On It with Marco and Kelly. So excited to preview NFL and college football for you guys.
Yeah, Gianni, it's really sad. We downgraded Bet On It. I'm out, you're in. So I apologize to the people. I'm not on there anymore. You are. It's a big downgrade. No, I'm just kidding, Gianni. you were born to do that one. It's just too hard for me to do props on Wednesday. The props are not out yet, so that segment was running a little dry. So bet on it's going to be amazing. Gianni, you're going to be amazing. And Monday morning, people tune in Monday morning because it's Contender Series time, baby. We're going to go over some contender.
And I'll be on the telecast. I got my.
Are you really?
Yeah. I got my. I didn't know because from year to year, you don't know. Yep. Those jobs aren't guaranteed to nobody. You know what I mean? So I was just holding my breath. And 2 days ago, I got an email with call times. I thought it was for the things we were taping yesterday, but I saw DWCS in the front of it. I'm like, yes, all right. So
nice.
Again,
okay, well, you remember you made a promise to me. You made a promise.
Real quickly for SF Niner, brother, I'm your biggest asset. If I continue to lose for you, just fade me. Like, well, come on, you're sharp. Just bet against me. Like, what else you got to do? I just keep losing for you. It's easy. Solve that problem. What did I promise you? Give it to me so I could follow through. Yeah, I don't break
Contender Series swag.
Oh, yeah. All over it. Absolutely. Size?
I'll take anything. Give me a large, extra large, whatever they got. Give me some gloves.
I promise you will have DWCS swag straight from Dana White's closet, straight from that closet in the suite, because I'm not going to pay for it. I'm going to have to take a couple shirts.
That's great. That's great. Gianni The Greek, everyone, have a great weekend. Let's do this again Monday. Thanks, Gianni. Appreciate it. SF Niner, just need better props. No, so we record bet on it on Wednesday. So Gianni during football season is not going to be on this show on Wednesdays because they're going to be recording bet on it. The props haven't come out yet. So when I tried to do my prop segment, there just wasn't a lot of props to come out, so I didn't have a whole lot to talk about. So don't worry, though. Monday, we're going to be recording, myself and Andrew McGinnis, the props show for Monday Night Football, as well as Look Ahead. And then Friday, we will be recording prop show for the weekend of NFL. Don't worry. You're going to get plenty of props. You ain't getting rid of me that easy. Let's bring on Teddy Covers. Teddy, let's recreate what you said to me right before we were recording. I said, man, everybody lost last night. And you said...
Not if you're my client. Again, I did the best I can. All you can do is put up the numbers when they're available. And I put up the Raiders when they were plus 1.5. You know, didn't last long. It was gone Monday morning. But all my subscription guys got Raiders plus 1.5. And obviously the game finished in a tie on a blocked field goal from the Raiders. They had a chance to win by 3, but couldn't get it done on the very final possession. Certainly wasn't a right side. The first half was pretty ugly, but my handicap was the Raiders will have the edge after halftime. The majority of these games, you're going to see the point spread outcomes get decided after halftimes, and that's where I'm looking for my edges. The markets really focus on where the Look, the starters are playing for Cincinnati and the like. Oh, we better get our money on the Bengals. Starters are good for first half wagers. They're not meaningless, but not all that important when it comes to full game wagers because 30 minutes get played after halftime. So that's what I'm focusing on. Now, if you bought that play, if you got on board with that, and I pulled it down after the line moved, 3 was my line parameter on that game. So I pulled it down. It wasn't for sale yesterday because the line had moved beyond my parameters. No, I'm not going to bet it at anything higher than -3. That being said, the clients cashed for that game. I cashed my ticket for that game, and now we're 2-0 in the preseason. See if we can do it again tonight.
All right, well, let's talk Commanders and Patriots. I want to talk about this game a little bit in particular, but also just get your thoughts overall on some of the things that we've seen. So we got right now, the line is New England -6.5. The over-under is 35. What's your take on this preseason game?
Yeah, I've waited all week for a +7, and they're starting to pop, but I put it up to clients at +6.5. This is a client play for me tonight. And again, something that Gianni talked about in segment 1 on WagerTalk today. He's like, yeah, sure. If you like New England, the ship has sailed. If you like Washington, and at 6.5, I do like Washington. Well, that's the only way you can bet it. You're not going to make money getting on the wrong end of these 4, 5, 6 point line moves in the preseason. And I get it. No, Mike Vrabel dove into a pile and came out with a bloody cheek. And Dan Quinn didn't. Therefore, the intensity for the Pats is greater. Nuts. We're going to see some Drake May today. In fact, we're likely to see New England starters against Commanders backup. Washington's not going to be playing a whole lot of starters today. And the quote from Vrabel is, I would say that most everybody that's healthy should expect to play in the game. How long they'll play, I don't know, but we have to prepare to play in football games, prepare to win football games. That's the mentality we're going to take. So in the first half, there may be an edge for New England against Washington. After halftime for the Patriots, we're talking about Ben Woolridge from the Louisiana Raging Cajuns behind center. We're going to see some Josh Dobbs for the Pats, but the impression I'm getting is we're going to see a lot of Woolridge in this game. He's making his NFL debut in the preseason against the Commanders team that I think has decent defensive depth. For Washington, their defense has actually been the better of the two units in training. There's been a lot of talk about Terry McLaurin Terry McLaurin and his contract dispute. And every beat writer saying this offense isn't working without McLaurin in the mix. They need him at number one. I get that. That being said, we're not going to see Jaden Daniels. We're not going to see Marcus Mariota. Who are we likely to see in this game? Josh Johnson behind center. Josh Johnson has been in the league since 2009. This is his 8th team. He is a proven preseason performer, and he makes plays with his legs, which is exactly what we'd like to see. Sam Hartman is going to get extended stamps today. He was a 5-year starter in his 6-year college career. The only year he was a starter all 6 years, but he got hurt in one of them. At Wake and then at Notre Dame. He was in training camp last year. He was with the practice squad for last year, so it's not like he's trying to pick up and learn a new offense. So put it all together, all right? Yes, the Pats need some reps. The Pats have quote-unquote, the urgency with Vrabel. And Vrabel had a pretty good track record in Tennessee as a preseason head coach. How did he do his first year in Tennessee as a head coach? 0-4 straight up, 0-4 against the spread. I'm not convinced that at the current line, New England had any business laying this type of number. Feels a lot more like a pick-em type game to me or a field goal type game to me than it does a Patriots blowout.
Teddy, we talked earlier about these totals just like not even coming close to going under. Like they are flying over. Do you take anything away from that, or is these just kind of anomalies and it's game to game? What's your take on the totals so far in preseason?
So look at Baltimore Indy yesterday for a prime example. The Ravens had a 86-yard punt return touchdown. They had a 69-yard kick return that set up a touchdown, and the offense didn't do diddly squat for either team. Oh, also, they were scoring touchdowns in the red zone, not field goals. In other words, when you're talking about, this game offense is moving up and down the field, it was not. It was a fraudulent over. You'll get those. They'll happen. But 4 games into the preseason, the Hall of Fame game and 3 games last night, I'm not sitting there going, bet a bunch of overs today. Red zone execution, where the turnovers are on the field, big plays or the lack thereof on special teams. They're all factors that lean to totals. And if I was playing anything today, again, going back to something Gianni said about Carolina, Cleveland, he got the best of that number. That total was 34. Now we're 33, 32 and a half. If I was betting any total today, it would be that under. So I would not be afraid to stay away to bet unders despite the early preseason games going forward to the over. I don't think that is a trend that is suddenly we're going to see a 15-1 to the over this weekend. I don't see that happening.
No, and if you do see a 15-1, you better bet your britches we're going to the other side the next week because those are not sustainable numbers. Let's move to MLB. Teddy, I want to get your take on this Blue Jays Dodgers game. Scherzer versus Kershaw, 2017 called. They want their pitching matchup back. Kind of an interesting matchup here with Scherzer and Kershaw, but both have been pretty decent. What's your take here? We got Dodgers slight favorite. Toronto as an underdog. Over/under is at 9. I feel like several years ago when you have a Scherzer Kershaw pitch up this match, this over/under would be like 6.5. But what's your take on this game?
So, first of all, yes, we're not getting Scherzer and Kershaw in their primes. That being said, we've got 2 first-ballot Hall of Famers who are both in good current form tonight. I love this matchup. It should be a ton of fun in L.A. with the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. Looking at my Odds Logic live odds screen right now, we've seen the money, the overnight money came for Toronto. We're seeing a little bit more of that even today. minus 135 now for the Dodgers, even lower at some books. Let's call it plus 120 as a take back on the Blue Jays right about now. Of these two starters at this stage of the season, I trust Scherzer more. Kershaw's clearly declining, okay? His last 5 starts, he's lasted 27 innings, so he's not eating up innings. 13 strikeouts in his last 5 starts. He's gone under his strikeout prop. Every time I wouldn't argue with an under on his strikeout prop again tonight. 2 of his last 3 starts, Kershaw couldn't make it out of the 5th inning. His splits show that he's worse at Dodger Stadium and worse at night. This game at Dodger Stadium at night. Scherzer's not declining. He spent half the year on the IL, and that's a good thing when it comes to pitching in August. Scherzer's got more left in the tank right now than Kershaw does because of that thumb injury. His last 2 starts, 16 strikeouts, no walks. Scherzer's issue is a fly ball pitcher, and he's given up a ton of fly balls. However, Dodger Stadium is a park where fly balls go to die. Last outing versus the Dodgers for Scherzer, by the way, 7 innings of 1 hit shutout ball. So his track record against this team, even at this late stage of his career, is still pretty darn good. The Dodgers are 8-9 since the All-Star break. They're not a team that's worried about anything except October. In fact, their last 27 games, the Dodgers laying a price every time pretty much, 10-17. They are burning backers' money, and the urgency isn't there for LA. It really isn't. Now, Toronto's 12-7 since the All-Star break. You get an asterisk there. They faced slumping San Francisco. They got the Yankees when the Yankees were falling apart. They got the Tigers when the Tigers were falling apart. The last 3 series, Baltimore, Kansas City, Colorado, not exactly a who's who of elite teams over the second half of the season. 3 teams that are combined 64 games under 500. And, of course, they just beat up on the Rockies in Colorado. It'll be much tougher here, obviously. But look at the records. One team 68-48, one team 66-49. One team, again, comparable records, basically the same record. They're a game and a half different. One team has cost their backers 8 units. The other team has won 16 units for their backers. So it's not how good the teams are. It's the value that they offer at the current time and the price range. And the Blue Jays have consistently been the undervalued commodity in this series. All right, this season, the Dodgers not so much. Motivation? Here's Scherzer. Quote, they won the World Series last year. They're the champs. You want a shot at the champs. You want to beat them. That's what this game is about. I agree with the sharp money coming for Toronto. It'd be Blue Jays or pass for this better. And I want to say, tell us what you think in the comments. We appreciate them. We appreciate the likes. We appreciate the follows very, very much.
It's such an expensive price tag to bet on the Dodgers this year. The books are just like, oh, Dodgers are playing 30 cents. If you want to bet on the Dodgers, your breakdown is absolutely spot on as always. And preseason NFL going great for you. Tell everyone what you have up for clients at WagerTalk.
Yeah, and again, I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. All I'm trying to do is put out plays the best you can do where the numbers are available right now. I bet one early in the week. I got one for today that I waited, to see if we can get the best of the number. Available right now on my homepage, wt.buzz/TC. We're also involved in MLB for tonight. What am I? 64% over the last 10 days. Solid, making money. See if we can do it again this evening with single best bets in NFLX and MLB.
Well, Teddy, I'm going to get ready to tell everyone about the Flex Day special. Get the Flex Day. Use Teddy today. Use me tomorrow because I got a 5% in UFC. Let's do the Teddy and Andy special. Thank you so much, Teddy. NFL preseason, 100%. Let's keep hitting 100% of our bets. Okay, Teddy, in NFL preseason, let's keep winning percentage. Let's keep that winning percentage.
That's all I can do. But I'd love to cash. I think we're getting the best of it tonight. I expect to cash again tonight, and we'll see what the weekend brings.
All right, Teddy Covers, best in the business. Thank you so much for joining us. Always a pleasure. Can't wait for more insight during football season. We mentioned the Flex Day special. It's only $48 for 3 days of Flex Picks. Saves you 30%. All about flexibility. Literally, the name Flex is in the word flexibility. You choose the handicapper you trust each day, and you get every play they release. We mentioned it. You can take myself on Saturday. You can take Teddy on today. You can take Ronald Kabang, who's coming up on Sunday. You get your handicapper no matter what sports that they have. You want to plan ahead, you can schedule picks up to a week in advance. Again, you get to switch experts, you get to switch handicappers. You have the control, you have the power. You can do that. It's one of the best deals in all of the industry. So 3-day flex pass marked down to $48. Take advantage of that. WagerTalk.com. All right, Dan, let's go all around the world. We got a couple of free plays to go over. Not a huge slate. We gave out that NASCAR play yesterday, so if you missed that, Shane Van Gisbergen to win, that's still at plus 135. Pavlos put out a soccer play, Sierra versus Palmeiras. We're taking Sierra +1 in regulation. Palmeiras, they got to have some fatigue coming in. 7 matches in 19 days, and Sierra in good form. They beat a really good team last time out, 2-1. So we're going to get a really, really nice number here on Sierra at +1. That game is on Sunday. And then this is for all you live viewers. This tees off at 1:40 Eastern time, so about an hour and 10 minutes from now. Russell Henley under 68.5 round 2 score. He only needs to shoot -2. He shot -4 yesterday. All the stats look good. This guy is as steady as it gets. He's always undervalued. I can't believe we're getting 68.5. I would have swore this would be 67.5. So take him. That tees off in an hour and 10 minutes. Live bet for golf. All right, let's bring on Ronald Kabang. We got to talk a little WNBA. Ronald, I listen, it's 2025. Things are weird. I put out and cashed a same game parlay in WNBA, which if you told me I would be doing that a few years ago, I would have said you're crazy. But here we are, and you continue to keep beating the books and cashing for clients in WNBA. Congratulations on your amazing season here, man. We're going to talk Liberty and Wings, but I got to ask you, what's been the secret? Are you focusing on totals? Are you focusing on spreads? Are you focusing on props, teams? What's been the secret here, man?
Yeah, it's spreads and totals. I'm pretty basic. I stick to what I know. I tried to add props last season or the season before, and it didn't go well. So I just removed it, right? Like I just review what I'm doing well, and I continue to do that, which is spreads, totals, and team totals actually have been really solid this year. But yeah, I mean, it just kind of sticking to my guns. I know the WNBA and the NBA are a little bit, I mean, obviously different with how they play. And if you can kind of separate the two games and just adjust to the WNBA game, what actually matters in the WNBA, which is shooting and rebounding, right? You're not going to be able to shoot 80% from within the paint because they're not able to dunk, right? So layups are going to be missed. It's not only Angel Reese; everyone's missing layups. But you just got to adjust and see what stats actually make sense.
Kabang is kabanging the books, says David. So great comment there, David. All right, let's talk a little bit about this Liberty and Wings game. What do you have this breakdown for?
Yeah, so I actually have 2 looks on this one. Both of them I actually took just this morning. These two teams just played each other a few nights ago in New York. Liberty got the win 85-76, but the Wings covered the spread 11 points, and the game went well below the 176 total. This is actually the 3rd time they faced each other in less than 2 weeks. So pretty familiar with each other. And usually, in situations like that, I like to look towards the under. This is the first game the Wings actually, the first game that they played each other, the Wings actually won outright. And that was the first game that Breanna Stewart was out. She's been injured for the last 5 games. And over the last 5 games, they've really struggled offensively. I think if you look at travel situation, this is also their 5th road game in the last 6 games. So not only travel fatigue, but also just, overall not being able to have your best player on the court. And on the wing side, they've been at home 5 of the last 6 games. So they're on the opposite side as far as travel goes. And if you look at the stats, Liberty offensive rating ranked 10th during that 5-game span without Breanna Stewart. And if you look at historically, they really struggled both offensively and defensively when she's out. If you go back multiple seasons, the Liberty over the last 5 games too, just during this period without Stewie, 1-4 ATS, 4-1 to their team total under. And those are the ways that I'm going here. I think the Wings after the All-Star break, with both Paige and Arike in the lineup, they're 4-2 to their opponents are actually 4-2 to the team total under. So That's the way that I went with this one. Liberty team total under 91 and the Wings plus 8.5.
Ronald, we have a comment. I'm not even going to post it, just saying like WNBA is trash. I will never understand being mad at a sport that you can make money on. I can't wrap my head around it, man. What's your record in WNBA this season?
So hitting 58%, up 85 units. So yeah, I don't know. I like to tell people like it doesn't really like you do a lot of sports that people don't watch, Indy, darts, right? Cricket.
Yep.
Nobody's watching those, and those are the ones that you want to bet on because the lines aren't as sharp, right? I'm able to take these bets the night before, typically the night before, and get like 2+ points of CLV every day. And you heard Yanni, CLV isn't the 100% indicator that you're going to win, but at the same time that you're getting the best of the number, and that's the goal, as far as being a handicapper, being able to run my own numbers and originate my own numbers. I'm able to capture where the advantages are ahead of time, and so that's I try to not to talk too much about it just because it's my process, but it doesn't. You don't have to watch it. You just want to watch your bankroll grow.
It's the best betting on a sport you don't watch. You're making your money work for you. You don't have to invest the time to watch it. That's my favorite part about betting sports, that I don't have to watch. So great stuff, Ronald. Absolutely great stuff. Aaliyah Boston keeps going over her rebounds. Thank you very much. Sophie Cunningham keeps going over her points. Thank you very much. There's tons of player props and everything out there. Tell everyone what you have up for today and for this weekend at WagerTalk.
Yeah, so I just got those. I gave out 2 actual client plays right there, and then I have 4 total. There's 3 games today. A lot of things check the box, so I have 4 total plays. Actually, college football and NFL, I have really strong bets in the opening weeks, and typically that's where I do most of my damage in the first 6 to 8 weeks in football. So if you are interested in that, those are already up, both 5% plays, and if you have my history in 5% plays, number 1 all time in win percentage, profit, ROI for 5% plays. I think it's like 43 and 12 over the last 3 years in 5% plays. So if you're interested in that, those are already up.
Love it, Ronald. Great stuff as always. Keep killing it in WNBA, brother. Keep killing
Appreciate
it, man. Yep, absolutely. Ronald Kapang, everyone. All right, we got Andrew Babikitis. The show keeps moving on, guys. Hit this like button, please. Helps the YouTube algorithm out a lot. And leave us a comment in the comment section. We're bringing on Andrew Babikitis. We got to talk real quick about this UFC card. Andrew, thank you so much for joining us. How are you?
I'm doing all right, man. Looking forward to next week's card a little bit more than this week, but, I'm always thankful to have some UFC cards, so can't complain here.
All right, I'm going to jump right into it. We've got Violence Parlay. There's 2 easy legs for me to start with. Now, they're minus 900, minus 1,000, but Uros Medic and Gilbert Urbina. Uros Medic has never seen the judges in his entire professional career, so I'm going to play that one. Julius Walker versus Rafael Cerqueira. I'm certainly playing that one to not go the distance. Cerqueira is truly terrible. That man is going to get knocked out, no question. So it gets me to minus 455. I got to pick another one to not go the distance, and I'm going to go with the Cody Brundage, Eric McConaughey that just got added. It's a Brundage fight. He either quits or he submits the other guy. He literally quits. He's won a couple fights by DQ, which is baffling. So I got Medic and Urbina not to go, Walker and Cerqueira not to go, Brundage and McConaughey not to go. Your thoughts?
Yeah, man, it's hard to disagree with any of those predictions. A lot of these guys are hard to trust, and I could see a lot of finishes on this card. I know 9 of the 12 fights are over a $3 price tag, so I'm expecting to see some finishes for sure this week.
Yeah, absolutely. What's the handle like on a card like this?
Not great, to be honest, but like day of, we'll get all the big parlay action. But a card like this, where, like I said, there's 9 favorites that are $3 or higher, a lot of the sharp guys will come in day of when they see that the price has kind of hit the peak of the minus, and they'll come in and take a shot on the dogs. So I'm expecting at least a few of these dogs to get hit within the next, 24 hours before that card starts. So I'm not sure which ones. We've already seen some movement in the Urbina fight, and that Medich price is coming down quite a bit this morning. But yeah, there should be a few bigger shots tomorrow.
All right. Any short money that's got you concerned? Maybe they got ahead of the line out in front of you guys.
No, honestly, I'd say we like to see a few bets on the dogs this early. We've seen some bets on Eric Anders, Feely. There's been a couple bets. Angela Hill's been pretty popular this week. Nothing overly respected. There was a pretty large sharp bet on the total in the Ursig Ode fight on the under. I don't disagree with that one. Ode's been finished a few times, and Ursig's looking for a big bounce back spot, but nothing overly respected so far this week.
Okay. All right. Anything that you've taken already for next week? I already know I got my bets ready to rock. Let's take a look at next week's card. Anything that they've come in already?
Yeah, let me scroll down to that. I mean, just going through that card, I put that one up super early. That card feels like a ton of bettable prices. There's nothing too juiced for the favorites, but looks like we've gotten good action on Duplessis so far. That price has come down quite a bit from where we opened that. We had that up for months. We did get a respected bet on Jessica Andrade, and that you can see the indication in that price movement. Those are probably the two sharpest early sides for next week.
Nice. How's the action been for the contests you guys are running for NFL so far?
The contest, it's going well. I mean, the college football one, this is the first time we're doing it. And I mean, I think we're all pleasantly surprised to see the signups on the college football one as we're just trying it out this year. So, yeah, if you guys are in Vegas and want to get down on a college football, I think this is the only book that's doing it so far. I'm sure there will be followers in the future, but yeah, come down here and sign up for sure.
All right. Well, enjoy a not so busy weekend because the storm is coming, brother. It's right around the corner. Andrew, thank you so much for joining us. Tell everyone what you got going on at Westgate.
Yeah, like I said, if you guys are in town, stop by, sign up for those contests. I know that's going to pick up, so it's better to get in early than right before the deadline because that's when most of the signups will take place. Next week, like I said, with these UFC fights, we'll do some reduced juice on a couple of these major fights, probably the Pico fight and the main event. So yeah, really looking forward to that. Always thankful to you guys for having me on, and I'm excited to hop in next week where I'm sure I'll be able to share a lot more information on that card.
Love it. Andrew Babakidis over at Westgate. Go say hi to him and the crew. Thank you so much for joining us every Friday to talk UFC, Andrew. Appreciate you. Have a great weekend, brother.
Thank you.
All right, Dan, jump in here. I told everybody we're in the presence of greatness. 100% on NFL preseason. Your call on the Eagles was... I mean,
we don't have to say that it's only on 2 picks, but yeah, we'll just leave it at 100% NFL preseason. But that's the thing, Andy. It's like the line got out of whack, and last night was a perfect example. When yesterday on the show I said Eagles plus 6.5. I love this bet. I think they could win outright. I said Tanner McKee is one of the better backups in the league, and it's a perfect example of was that a public play at 6.5. Eagles became a public play. But guess what, folks? If you get so obsessed with fading the public, you're going to pass up on losing or winning bets. You know what I mean? Like there's a reason why public still bets, Andy. They don't lose 100% of the plays that they make. So yeah, that one felt good, man. When you have a read like that, and then you go back to the Chargers game, when we have a read like that just slaps, it makes you feel good. But that's why you got to remember, like, hey, let's make sure we don't pull off the rubber band, especially when we're talking about, NFL preseason. But it's been nice. We've been cashing for the Wager Talk viewers, and that's what I love doing.
We could have retired off our read on that Chargers game. Like you and I had that thing.
We said same game parlay it. I mean, dear God.
Yeah. All right. You have a lacrosse bet. We're going to release this to clients, but it's Friday. Let's give it out for free to the people. Let's do this. Yeah. What do you got in lacrosse for us this weekend?
I even tweeted this one out because I love it. I love this bet. And unfortunately, though, those in the sports betting community, I got a reply on my tweet, and it was Trent at ya. Book it with Trent saying he's tailing this bet for a mortal mega. So I maybe don't love it as much now that I know that Book It with Trent is going to be on it. All kidding aside, we love you, Trent. But I'm going with the Utah Archers tonight, Andy. I like the Utah Archers getting the goal and a half. Here's the reason, folks. I know, end of the show, Friday. You don't want to hear a big lacrosse handicap, but this would be a historic game in PLL history. Since 2019 is when the league's been here. We've been betting on it since 2020. That's when lines became available. Since 2019, no team has ever gone an entire season without covering a spread. That's what the Utah Archers, who were back-to-back champions, are looking at doing tonight. If they go, they're 0-9 currently. They would be 0-10 against the number. And yes, it would worry me if they weren't dogs. This is only, I believe, around the 10th time. No, it is. It's the 10th time that Utah will ever even be underdogs because they're a team who's a top squad year in and year out. So this is the 10th time since 2019 that they are underdogs. And they're going to be underdogs to a Carolina Chaos team who's projected to not even make the playoffs. They clinched last week. Utah Archers' playoff hopes are on extreme life support. Not only do they have to win by margin and scoreboard watch. Some things have to break for Utah to sneak into the playoffs here. Carolina's already made it, and they weren't even supposed to be there. Are they going to play some players? Are they going to have some players, kind of take off if in the second half things get crazy? Maybe, but for me, Andy, give me the goal and a half. Utah Archers, you can shop around. Best price I saw was around like -120, -128. This thing's only going to go north because the Nukenheim has been deployed, Andy. So let's take the goal and a half while we still can. And Trent, please don't screw this one up, buddy. Utah Archers plus +1.5. Game goes at 9 o'clock on Friday. That's the bet, Andy.
There you go, Utah Archers. Do you have any strong takes on NFL preseason, or are you just chilling? Sitting at 2-0.
So for me, preseason, it's funny. Like, I feel like my preseason run has been largely correlated with our man Teddy Covers, because I produced the great program Opening Line Report that if you're not watching on Monday mornings, 11 o'clock a.m. live, Kelly and Teddy breaking down and getting you on the right side of some line moves, partially why I love that Eagles line move so much. I'm kind of with Teddy that this Patriots line has gotten a little bit out of control here. So Commanders, he came on, he said that was a client play. So I'm not just stealing it from Teddy. This is one that I locked in as well. If there's a 7, no brainer for me, but even at 6.5, give me the Commanders getting that 6.5. It's preseason, folks. Like he said, second half rolls around. That's where point spreads are decided. That back door is going to be swinging wide open in the wind for the Washington Commanders. So that's a bet that I made, Andy. So we're putting it on the line. When we talk on Monday, are we still undefeated in preseason? Time will tell. So it's Utah Archers getting the goal and a half. It's the Commanders getting 6.5. If you can find a 7, even better.
We're going to be good. We're going to be good. Awesome stuff, Dan. So we got the Archers plus 1.5. All right. I have a 5% UFC best bet that is up. You guys should go get that. Dan, can you get that picture ready? I sent you a picture of this.
1 second.
So 5% UFC play is up. Go grab it. If you want to take advantage of those flex picks, you can get 3 days of flex picks marked down. All right. As you guys know, I said goodbye to my dog this week. I got a million pet stories. And by the way, I'm here for every single one of them. This one I had to bring up because it is sports betting related. This is my buddy Tom, and this is his dog, and this is what he sent me, Dan. I wanted to get this dog, but he was pretty expensive. I hit a $6,000 payout on Colin Morikawa to win a tournament. The next day, I went and I got this dog, and I named him Colin. So if Colin Morikawa happens to be watching, just know, man, You were solely responsible for my good buddy Tom getting his dog Colin. The dog is named after him thanks to a huge payday. It is an absolutely beautiful husky mix. Shout out to him. Those eyes are absolutely gorgeous. Thought it was just a great story there. Hit a huge bet, go buy a dog. It warms the heart. Yes, Taz. Taz says, "Can I pet that dog?" I bet Colin would love all the loves and pets.
Colin as a dog name is also wild. Colin as a dog. I love dog names that are just human names. I'm hanging out here with Colin.
It's great. So yeah, cool story. A great man, a great dog, and another great week of bets. So again, 5% UFC bet is up. Let's cash that thing. Let's keep the winnings rolling. We're coming off a nice win in WNBA last night. Let's have a great weekend, and we're going to do it all over again on Monday. Thanks everybody for reaching out to me. It really does mean a lot. This has been a tough week, but we move forward and we keep it positive. Good luck on all your bets this weekend, and take care.
Five free Major League Baseball plays for Friday, August 8th. I am Brian Power on a 69, 48-1 all sports run over at WagerTalk.com. Have yet to have a losing record in any month during 2025. Yes, you heard that correct. Number 3 in net profit for the year. At the site, my clients up a whopping 65.4 units since May 24th. After having no premium releases yesterday over at WagerTalk, I've got 3 for you today. I'll be telling you about those in just a little bit. But first, we need to right the ship with these free plays. Bad day at the office yesterday at the Power 5. Eager to turn it around. We've got some big matchups to talk about today, like Astros, Yankees, Phillies, Rangers, Red Sox, Padres, and Blue Jays, Dodgers. Go ahead and smash that like button whenever you do agree with one of the following free plays. Let's get it going. Number 1, Astros, Yankees. Aaron Judge is back, but perhaps some of you are right, and we should not go trusting this Yankees lineup just yet. After all, they've scored only 3 runs total in the 2 games since Judge has returned, and the Yanks will be facing Hunter Brown tonight. However, I actually trust the Astros lineup even less. Note, Yankees are 8-13 their last 21 games, but the Astros are 9-16 their last 25. And don't look for them to match that 12 for 32 with runners in scoring position that we saw last series versus Miami. Yankee starter Cam Schlittler is the real deal. At home, the Yankees are top 10 in fewest runs allowed. So I like Houston. Team total under 3.5 here. You can get it at plus money. My guess, not too many of you smashing that like button on this one, but it is a bet that I believe you should consider. Number 2, Phillies, Rangers, 8:05 Eastern. I like the under 7.5 in this one. No team allows fewer runs at home than the Rangers. Visitors are averaging just 2.79 runs per game in Arlington this season. That is by far and away number 1 by a half run per game, as a matter of fact, over the number 2 team. Phillies, they see their scoring average dip by nearly a full run per game on the road. Merrill Kelly had a nice Rangers debut, came over from the Diamondbacks, the deadline, of course. Kelly allowed just 2 runs in 5 2/3 innings. He's now allowed 2 runs or less in 6 consecutive starts, going back to his time with the Snakes. Kelly has also, he's got a 2.73 career ERA versus the Phillies. But the bad news for the Rangers here is they have to face Christopher Sanchez. As I said going into his last start, Sanchez has been one of the best pitchers in all of MLB this year. The lefty has allowed 1 or 0 runs in 7 of his last 8 starts. Last Sunday night against the Tigers, Sanchez got through 8 shutout innings on just 84 pitches. Texas, has a bottom 6 offense in all of baseball, so runs should be scarce in this one. Number 3, let's talk Royals Twins in 8:10 Eastern in the Twin Cities. A battle of AL Central also rans, let's call it. This will be the first time Minnesota has played at home since June 30th. Despite trading away basically half their team at the deadline, they did manage to go 3-3 on the recently completed 6-game road trip. I like Twins' first 5 run line tonight. Why? Well, basically even money to lay the half a run here, so I like the price, but it's more the fact that Joe Ryan is starting for the Twins. He's perfect 7-0 with a 1.30 ERA in his career versus the Royals. Furthermore, Ryan has allowed no more than 2 runs in 6 of his last 7 starts overall. He's opposed tonight by Seth Lugo, who has been a complete fraud for the Royals. I'm not coming off that hill. Lugo, he has a 3.06 actual ERA. That sounds really good, but he's got a 4.91 expected ERA. That's a big gulf. He only made it through 4 2/3 innings his last time out versus Toronto and had more walks than strikeouts. If Minnesota is to win this game, it's going to be because of the starting pitching edge. So it makes sense to play first 5 run line, lay that half run with Minnesota. Number 4, let's talk Red Sox Padres, 9:40 Eastern. 2 hot teams here. Red Sox have won 7 of 8, while the Padres have won 8 of 10. But another game tonight where there is a big starting pitching edge for the home team. Nick Pivetta has a 1.14 ERA in his last 5 starts for the Padres. Meanwhile, Walker Buehler does not have a 1.14 ERA his last 5 starts for the Red Sox. In fact, Buehler has a 5.74 ERA for the season, and he's allowed 3 or more runs in 9 of his last 11 starts. So, yes, I would play San Diego first 5 run line in this one. I know we're leaving out their top-rated bullpen, but Pivetta over Buehler is the big edge in this series opener. The Red Sox bullpen's not all that bad, so it's top 5. So let's go Pivetta over Buehler. Padres should have a lead after 5 in this one. Number 5, Blue Jays, Dodgers, 10:10 Eastern. 2 division leaders trending in opposite directions. The Blue Jays just absolutely annihilated the Rockies, outscoring them 45-6 in that 3-game series. Now, the Dodgers are clearly a far cry from the Rockies. We all understand that, but LA has been downright pedestrian since the All-Star break. Their lead in the NL West down to just 2 games over the Padres. I expect runs to be scored in this game tonight. Remember, the Dodgers do average a MLB best 5.76 runs per game at home. You got 2 old guys on the mound for this series opener, Max Scherzer and Clayton Kershaw. If it was 2018, the total for this game might be 6.5, but it's 2025, and that number is 9. I'm going over. The Blue Jays bats have been hot. Nobody has a better batting average or WRC plus since June 1st. And again, the Dodgers are the top scoring home team in all of baseball. All right, recap time here on the program. Let's go through these 5 plays one more time for you. Number 1, I like the Astros team total under 3.5 against the Yankees. Number 2, Phillies Rangers under 7.5. Number 3, Twins first 5 run line, lay that half a run against the Royals. I like Ryan a lot more than I like Lugo. Number 4, Padres first 5 run line, like Pivetta a lot more than I like Buehler. And then number 5, Blue Jays Dodgers over 9 in the nightcap. Go ahead and comment down below with your thoughts on those plays. If there is another game that I didn't hit on and you want to ask about it, feel free. Fire away a question down in the comment section below, or simply just let us know what you are betting on Friday. Always enjoy seeing that. Then what you want to do after you're done commenting is head on over to wt.buzz/BP. Click the link in the description below. Already mentioned at the top of the show, I have 3 premium plays for tonight. 2 of them are in MLB, games not discussed here on the Power 5, plus my very first official NFL preseason release. Yes, let's get a little NFL preseason going. You can get all 3 plays right now on my page for just $29. Or while you're there, take advantage of this special offer. Yes, we've been talking about it all week. 30-day all access, just $199. That is every play that I release for 30 days for just $199, an instant $100 savings. No coupon code is needed. This isn't just Major League Baseball, guys. It includes the start of college football. Of course, I'll be hosting Wager Talk's new college football show, The Blitz, live every Thursday starting August 21st. And it will also include for you the NFL preseason. Like I said, first play tonight. Also, the start of the soccer season. Europe getting going next week, La Liga and the Premier League, followed by the Bundesliga and Serie A the following week. I am number 1 in soccer at WagerTalk. Most profitable soccer handicapper since April of 2024. That is in addition to not having a single losing record in any month in 2025, being up 65.4 units overall since May 24th, a 69, 48-1 all sports runs. Seeing it well. Let's keep it going, guys. Get on board at wt.buzz/BP. That is going to do it for this edition of the Power 5. I really hope you enjoyed it. Smash that like button if you did. Don't forget, click subscribe. Click subscribe. That little bell down below. Instantly, that will ensure that you're instantly alerted every time a new edition of the Power 5 drops. I'll be back tomorrow, of course, with another